big counter-strike by Eknath Shinde. His chief legal strategy thrust is going to be seeking the disqualification of the Uddhav Sena MLAs. This is big. A disqualification versus disqualification bid that is on the cards as far as MLAs are concerned. As far as numbers, let's remind all of our viewers that as far as numbers are concerned, the Shinde Sena still holds all the cards. It's still in a position of advantage. If it comes down to numbers today itself, the Shinde Sena would still emerge victorious. But as far as our democracy is concerned, there are various procedures that need to be gone through. It's not as simple as one set of numbers replacing the others. A floor test is possible. The courts could step in. There are very many constitutional procedures that protect a sitting chief minister, and therefore the legal route is being considered very strongly by Eknath Shinde, and he, on the very same ground, may demand the disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. We've got the inside track. In just a moment from now, I'm going to get you more on that legal strategy. India Today's Munish Pandey is about to break a big story as part of that legal angle. But let me bring Poulomi back in. Poulomi, apologies for interrupting you there. We just had to update our viewers on that breaking. But, this sort of makes things even more aggressive. It makes it a tucker of sort of nuclear proportions. Eknath Shinde, who until 6 days ago was part of this very Shiv Sena, sitting in Guwahati 5 days now and counting, has now decided to return fire at the Uddhav Sena and saying, I'm going to demand the disqualification of your MLAs. This has escalated big time. Follow me.
Absolutely. Because now, they're, like I said, they're fighting the battle both sides on different fronts. And now it's very clear that the fact that, Eknath Shinde has been constantly, in fact, seeking legal advice, speaking to lawyers. He spent literally the bulk of the last 2 days, Shiv, here in Guwahati, seeking legal advice, especially after the attack mounted on the Eknath Shinde faction by the Uddhav Thackeray faction. So now he has to plan his counter strategy. So what he is planning, as Manish is reporting right now, is that he is going to seek the disqualification of the members of the legislative party who are currently with the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. It remains to be seen how many of those members are named and who these members are, because we do know that as far as these camps are concerned, there are a couple of fence-sitters and well, and as you would have noticed, while there are 38 MLAs of the Shiv Sena inside Hotel Radisson Blu Shiv, a disqualification notice has been moved against 16 of them only. So there is a lot of calculated planning, a lot of strategizing that is happening. The 16 that we're talking about is core Shinde group. That is what the Uddhav Thackeray faction has moved against right now, including Eknath Shinde himself. So we have to see which grouping it is of the Uddhav Thackeray faction that this faction behind me in Guwahati moves against. So that is happening on the streets, Shiv. What we're learning is the Eknath Shinde camp and his supporters are going to up the ante over the next week. Starting Monday, they're going to hit this ground running. So while, of course, you can expect that these two sides are going to come face to face on the roads literally now, Shiv. That is going to happen. They're going to up the ante on the streets of Maharashtra as we speak. And very interestingly, Shiv, what has also happened today, something that we shouldn't miss, is that Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari is back in the Raj Bhavan. That was a move which was awaited. That was something which was awaited. This was why this group behind me was biding its time, and it's possible that they could, in fact, while they've got it all sorted and ready with the legal advice, fighting it in the courts, they proceed to Governor House in Mumbai. Shiv.
Very, very interesting. Poulomi, the numbers have held so far. There have been no dramatic changes in numbers. There appears to be only a one-way flow of numbers, from Mumbai to Guwahati, and not the other way around as the Uddhav Sena, would have wanted at this point of time. And that's one of the reasons why each new day has a different theme. On the first day, there were threats. On the second day and third day, there was a lot of emotional play. On the fourth day, threats once again. And on the fifth day now, you're seeing all these protests playing out. So very interesting evolution of how the Uddhav Sena is tackling all of this. But a question that I want to ask you, Poulomi, because, you're there and no one can be closer to what's happening in the Eknath Shinde camp than India Today's Poulomi Saha. So I'm going to ask her, Poulomi, any signs of things faltering? Because there has been a sense that one of Uddhav Sena's strategies would be to protect this in such a way that a sense of despondence sets in, and maybe they can break the Shinde Sena. Any signs of the Shinde Sena splintering at all?
Absolutely not. At the moment, no. Yes, everyone anticipates that if this stretches on for longer, then there could be a possibility that, some of the MLAs over there could be frustrated, because the Uddhav camp is in touch with them. Uddhav Thackeray's office, Sanjay Raut and others are in touch with them and are trying to break the ranks. But what we believe is that many of them came here anticipating that this is going to have its many layers in terms of the battle that they're fighting, and it could take a while. But expect, Shiv, that in the coming week, this will play out to the maximum as we see it in the state of Maharashtra, and you'll know exactly by the end of the week, next week, that is, who exactly comes out trumps as far as this battle is concerned. It's going to play out in a courtroom, it's going to play out in the Deputy Speaker's office, and it's definitely going to reach Raj Bhavan as well, is what I estimate, Shiv.
And speaking of, the courtroom that you just mentioned, I'm bringing in India Today's Munish Pandey as well. He's outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Remember, Fadnavis of the BJP, former chief minister, is the man, who is seen by many who could be the greatest gainer, when the chips finally fall in this political thriller. He could become chief minister once again. One scenario paints this as, Fadnavis returning as chief minister with Eknath Shinde as a deputy chief minister. But nothing can happen until all procedures are complete. In fact, Munish is just breaking the inside track of the legal strategy that appears to be being embraced by Eknath Shinde and his faction sitting in Guwahati. Munish, this information that you've accessed comes, a day after that secret meeting in Vadodara as well between Fadnavis and Shinde. Take us through this legal strategy. It's a big counter-strike.
Yeah, well, Shiv, this political fight, is going to be very crucial, but the legal fight is going to be the most important part of this entire Maharashtra drama. Now, as far as this legal fight is concerned, both these camps, Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, they are strategizing what they are going to and what they are going with before the court. Because remember, after the disqualification notice by the Deputy Governor to the 16 rebel MLAs, there was a legal strategy placed by the Eknath Shinde camp. The first legal strategy was they will approach against the notice before the Supreme Court. But now what we are hearing, that they are also going to challenge the disqualification, but also in addition they are going to press this matter before the court that it should be the MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray, those MLAs should be disqualified. And what grounds they are going to mention before the court is that, first of all, Eknath Shinde has been the group leader of 55 MLAs of Shiv Sena. Now, more than two-thirds, that is more than 37 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. So Uddhav Thackeray is not in a power to change a group leader. So Eknath Shinde remains the group leader. And now, as a group leader, Eknath Shinde is in power to disqualify MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. Till yesterday, the strategy of Uddhav Thackeray was to make sure that these MLAs are disqualified. It was a threat to the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. But now the legal strategy of both the camps are changing. How it is going to play out before the court, that is something we have to wait and watch, for which we have to wait and watch. But as far as this legal fight is concerned, tomorrow we are expecting that the first move will be by Eknath Shinde, and later on Uddhav Thackeray's camp led by Mr. Anil Desai, who is a senior Shiv Sena leader, and he is the one who is keeping a close eye on the legal strategy. He is already in touch with the senior lords. He will be the one who will be strategizing about how to counter the claims of Eknath Shinde and their legal strategy. So it is going to be very important. Also, we have been given to understand that Mr. Sharad Pawar is also very interested in this entire legal fight, because it is also it is also for Sharad Pawar that the perception in the public was that this government was formed after intervention of Sharad Pawar. He was the leader who made sure that there should be alliance between NCP, Congress and Sena. But now this is going to embarrass Sharad Pawar also. So he's also keeping a close eye. He's going to Delhi. We have been given to understand is that he may meet some of the senior lawyers who are going to represent Uddhav Thackeray. So certainly it is going to be the most crucial fight of this Maharashtra drama. This legal fight is going to be something which will be deciding the next course of politics in Maharashtra. Shiv.
You know, very interesting. So this is all set to become a legal battle. In the courtrooms, as Polami just said, even though the visible aspect of this political controversy, this political collision in Maharashtra has become bike rallies, streets of rage, street protests, Sainiks mobilizing in at least 4 or 5 different parts of Maharashtra on a Sunday. That's what has become the face of this entire controversy. I want to go back to Munish because the Sharad Pawar aspect of this entire story is one of the most intriguing. Sharad Pawar was in Delhi when the story broke. He came down to Mumbai. He's put up a show of support. There has been a sense that there is a bit of a trust breakdown between the NCP and the Shiv Sena, even though on the face of it, neither will actually, talk about it. But it looks like a beleaguered Uddhav Munish is going to have to depend on the, political mind and reach of a Sharad Pawar, perhaps, to save the Mahavikas Aghadi. That's what it's.
Absolutely, Shiv. And what's more important, if you go by the chronology, first there was this Rajya Sabha members election. Then there was a statement by Sharad Pawar that these cross-voting happens in politics. There is nothing to be worried about. But later on, when this entire, there were rebel MLAs who went to Surat and then Guwahati, that was the first time when Sharad Pawar started intervening in this entire matter. Initially, there were senior leaders of Shiv Sena and NCP who were meeting. But then there was a personal meeting between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. And it happened when Mr. Uddhav Thackeray was also down with COVID. He was COVID positive. Still, Sharad Pawar went and met Uddhav Thackeray. So we have been given to understand is that Sharad Pawar is keeping a close eye. And why he is keeping a close eye? Because he was the one who was given credit for this formation of alliance. It was not a very natural alliance for Shiv Sena and even for NCP and Congress. All three parties have been fighting with each other, especially Shiv Sena versus NCP and Congress. But it was Sharad Pawar who made sure that this alliance comes together and stick for at least next 5 years. But after the fall of, Shiv Sena, at least we can say at this point of time, because more than 2/3 of MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, after this fall, Sharad Pawar is trying everything possible in his capability to make sure that this should not embarrass only this alliance, but also this should not embarrass himself, because he is someone who is known as a political mastermind, political guru, not only in Maharashtra, but in the entire country. Shiv.
Stay with me, Munisha. Interesting points you're making there. I want to go across to Paras Dama, who is at a site where protests are taking place in Mumbai right now. Let's get some voices in. Angry Sainiks have hit the road. Let's listen to some of them as well. Paras, over to you.
Shiv, we are at the Sena Bhavan right now, and you can see the visuals how the protesters are protesting against the rebel MLAs who are in Guwahati right now. Look at the visuals. This is all Sena supporters, Shiv Sena supporters over here. You can see they had just done a bike rally, and they are at Sena Bhavan right now. They started this rally from Samna office, where Sanjay Raut office is there. This is the Samna, the mouthpiece of Shiv Sena. From there, they had started the rally. You can see how much people had gathered around here, and they are protesting against the rebels who is in Guwahati, Eknath Shinde. They are only saying that this has not been done, this was wrong, whatever they had done, and they are protesting against them. The real Shiv Sena is what that Uddhav Thackeray is leading, is the real Shiv Sena. In Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde is there, it's not the Shiv Sena, real Shiv Sena, which Eknath Shinde is saying. So right now protesters are very angry. We can see all around Maharashtra where Shiv Sainiks are protesting against Eknath Shinde, and it's going really difficult for Mumbai police also to handle that over here. You can see Mumbai police is trying to handle the situation. The bike rally is passing through. They were here for some time. The protesters were here for some time, and now they are leaving from here. They has supported Shiv Sena. They had supported Uddhav Thackeray, and now they are leaving from here. Shiv, over to you.
Paras, any chance of either Aditya or Uddhav Thackeray, coming to meet the Sainiks today? Today we're seeing the biggest sort of show of strength, the big crowds that have actually come out in different parts of Maharashtra. There are protests in favor of Eknath Shinde taking place in Thane and Aurangabad as well. Is there going to be any big appearance by any of the big leaders today?
It's very difficult to say Shiv, because the situation which is in Maharashtra is very difficult, and we are seeing that from past few days. Uddhav Thackeray and Aaditya Thackeray are taking some rallies. They are speaking to Shiv Sainiks. They are taking meetings. We probably it's not confirmed yet, but if he wants to speak to Shiv Sainiks, if he wants to talk to them, he can come here. But there is no confirmation yet that Uddhav Thackeray or Aaditya Thackeray will come to go and meet the Shiv Sainiks or any other leaders. Right now, they are just focusing on the thing which can save their government. We have seen Sanjay Raut also speaking to media in the morning, and he had targeted Eknath Shinde directly this time. The fight is gone to father's name now. So there are a situation which is taking place. You can see the protesters protesting everywhere in Maharashtra. The situation is getting tense. Probably there can be a law and order situation. So Mumbai police is also alert. We had seen yesterday 144 section 140 was imposed in Mumbai. So situation can get worse. So that's why Mumbai police is also ready. Protesters are angry and protesting against Eknath Shinde. Shiv.
That's what I wanted to know actually, Paras. The section 144 that was imposed in Mumbai yesterday, how are protests happening if section 144 was imposed?
Yes, of course, very important question, because we had asked this same question to the Sarkar also. So yesterday they said they had taken some prior things from Mumbai police, and that's why they are just having this protest and all that things. But now the major question is that this law and order situation remains. That will be a very difficult task to control. So if 144 is imposed in Mumbai, this should not happen. This is the main point, Shiv, you are talking about. 144 is imposed, and still some people are roaming around and this protests are happening. This will be the major difficult thing and a major cause to the state and Mumbai too. So how to handle this? This have to be done by Uddhav Sarkar and MVA Sarkar, because this will happen. It can create lot of problem for the state.
Paras, stay with me. The protests are spreading. They are escalating in intensity as well. It's quite likely that you will see protests breaking out in more places apart from Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Aurangabad. There are two protests that are on your screen in Mumbai and Pune that are Uddhav-centric. They are pro-Uddhav protests. And there are two protests that are taking place in Aurangabad and Thane, which are pro-Shinde protests. And this can only escalate. It's an incendiary recipe for possible vandalism. We've already seen a bit of it happening in the offices of the rebel MLAs yesterday and the day before. We'll keep a very close watch on it. We'll try and get a word in from the Mumbai police as well. On these images, quick break, back with more.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
The big unfolding crisis in Maharashtra has reached a fever pitch on day 5 since India Today broke the story. It's been a non-stop political escalation over the last 5 days. It began last Tuesday, we're on Sunday. Here are the top 5 developments we're tracking in this rapidly shifting story. Number 1, the Maharashtra government has slapped disqualification notices and summoned the rebel Shinde MLAs to Mumbai tomorrow. Sources say that the Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons, at least 7 days. The Shinde camp is continuously in touch with lawyers and is seeking legal advice. In a big India Today scoop late at night, sources tell us that Eknath Shinde and BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara, Gujarat last night to discuss possible government formation in Maharashtra. That's right. Eknath Shinde flew from Guwahati to Vadodara to meet Devendra Fadnavis, is what we've been reporting. The third big development in this political story, as the situation in Maharashtra continues to deteriorate, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. The Uddhav Sena too has responded with protests, anti-Shinde slogans being raised as we speak outside the Samna newspaper office that's owned by the Shiv Sena. NCP leaders Jayant Patil and Ajit Pawar have just concluded a meeting with their party boss Sharad Pawar at his residence Silver Oak in Mumbai. Pawar is expected to depart for Delhi very shortly, where he's expected to begin a legal fight to save the Maha Vikas Aghadi, an alliance in which the NCP is one part. Meanwhile, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has taunted Eknath Shinde and his rebel MLAs once again, saying, use your father's name to seek votes, not Pala Sahib's. He has also dared the Sena rebels, saying, come to Mumbai and face the Shiv Sainik. So threats, after emotions, threats have been projected at the Sena rebels. Things very, very clear. The shape of things become very clear from what we're about to break to you here, viewer. Y plus security has been provided by the central government to 15 rebel MLAs who are part of the Shinde faction of the larger Shiv Sena, the Shinde rebellion in Guwahati. All eyes are now on Shinde's Ghar Wapsi. Y plus security, which includes armed personnel and CRPF security cover, has been provided by the central government to 15 Shinde MLAs. Remember, Shinde has 47 MLAs with him in Guwahati, but out of these 15 MLAs who are part of the inner circle, the closed Shinde faction, as it were. That's right, there are circles within circles even here in Guwahati. They've been provided Y plus VIP security cover by the central government. It's going to be interesting to see what this security cover has been provided for. This is probably because some of these per-person's offices have been vandalized by Shiv Senics in the last couple of days. We're going to get a reporter in on this big breaking story in just a moment from now. Y plus security, which involves armed personnel as well as CRPF security cover, being provided to 15 rebel Shinde MLAs sitting in Guwahati. It's going to be very interesting to see what this security really is about. Are preparations being made for that highly anticipated return to Mumbai by the Shinde Sena? On the other hand, why have only 15 MLAs been provided this security? Is there a threat perception? Is it because these MLAs have had their offices vandalized by Uddhav Senics in Mumbai? It's not very clear. It could be a combination of all of these factors. But I want to go across to Arvind Ojha, our crime bureau chief, who's been tracking all the political developments here. Arvind, Y plus security cover दिया गया है 15 शिंदे MLAs को. सिर्फ ये 15 MLAs को क्यों दिया है, वजह क्या है, जरा बताइए अरविंद।
देखिए शिव, जिस तरीके से हालात बदले हैं मुंबई में, और उसके बाद जो एकनाथ शिंदे गुट है उनके विधायक के यहाँ पर अटैक हुआ था, वेंडलाइज हुआ था, तोड़ फोड़ हुआ था, उसके बाद ये सिक्योरिटी वाई कैटेगरी की वो प्रोवाइड कराई गई है, क्योंकि कई जो MLAs हैं एकनाथ शिंदे गुट के, वो आशंका जता रहे थे कि जब वो मुंबई पहुँचेंगे तो उनको खतरा हो सकता है। और इन सब के बीच शिव, नया डेवलपमेंट है कि इस वक्त मैं जंतर पर मंतर में मौजूद हूँ, और यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो जो शिव सैनिक है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और बाकायदा अगर आप देखें तो पोस्टर बैनर लेकर उद्धव जी आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। जो उद्धव ठाकरे हैं उनके समर्थन में जो शिव सैनिक है वो दिल्ली के इस जंतर मंतर पर इस वक्त मौजूद है। कुछ देर बाद ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पर करेंगे। आप देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर बाकायदा नारेबाजी भी यहाँ पर हो रही है, और जो दिल्ली के राज्य प्रमुख हैं शिवसेना के, हम उनसे, मंगत राम मुंडे, हम उनसे बात करते हैं। ये आप लोग यहाँ पर क्यों शिव सैनिक यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं, किस लिए, ये बताएं।
शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख माननीय उद्धव साहब ठाकरे जी के पास ये जो शिव सैनिक आज इसलिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं उनको अपना समर्थन देने के लिए, और देश के लाखों शिव सैनिक माननीय उद्धव साहब के साथ हैं।
तो वो कौन है फिर? एकनाथ शिंदे वो क्या शिवसेना में नहीं है? क्योंकि वो भी अपने आप को शिव सैनिक बता रहे हैं कि हम ही असली शिव सैनिक हैं। वो
असली शिवसेना माननीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के पुत्र परम आदरणीय हमारे उद्धव साहब ठाकरे जी हैं, और जो उनके खिलाफ जाएगा वो संगठन विरोधी है, उनको शिव सैनिक कतई बर्दाश्त करने वाले नहीं हैं।
बर्दाश्त नहीं करने का मतलब क्या? जिस तरह से तोड़ फोड़ पुणे में वैसा बर्दाश्त
नहीं, शिव प्रसाद देंगे उनको।
क्या शिव प्रसाद होता है?
शिव प्रसाद सम्मान करेंगे उनका, जो गद्दारी करेंगे पार्टी से।
तो आप देख पा रहे हैं शिव, आपने सुना भी होगा कि शिव प्रसाद देंगे। अब शिव प्रसाद क्या होगा क्या होता है ये कोड वर्ड है, अब ये डिकोड करना अपने आप में बात है। और शायद यही वजह है कि जो वाई कैटेगरी की सिक्योरिटी है वो प्रोवाइड की गई है। लेकिन शिव, आप सीधे सीधे सुन रहे हैं जो, और बाकायदा कोशिश करेंगे आपको जो पोस्टर बैनर है वो भी हम आपको दिखा दें। बाकायदा उद्धव ठाकरे, उनके समर्थन में दिल्ली के जंतर मंतर पर लोग ये इकट्ठा हुए हैं। लेकिन जो राज्य प्रमुख हैं ये दिल्ली के, उनकी बात आपने सुनी। यही लगभग जो शिव सैनिक हैं, खासकर उद्धव ठाकरे के समर्थन में जो लोग हैं, उनकी जो लैंग्वेज है फिलहाल 2 से 3 दिन में कुछ इसी तरीके से बदली है। शिव प्रसाद क्या होता है ये शिव सैनिक ही जाने। और शायद यही वजह है कि जो वाई कैटेगरी की सिक्योरिटी है वो मिली हुई है और फिलहाल जंतर मंतर पर शिव सैनिक इकट्ठा हुए। हम जरा एक बार आपको दिखाएंगे। सिक्योरिटी भी यहाँ पर है, सीआरपीएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी यहाँ पर तैनात है इस प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर। लेकिन फिर वहाँ मैं इस शब्द को आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि शिव प्रसाद क्या है। जब दिल्ली में शिव सैनिक, खासकर उद्धव ठाकरे के जो समर्थन में शिव सैनिक है, वो अगर इतने आक्रोशित है तो मुंबई में क्या हालात होंगे, आप इसका अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। कि शिव सैनिक कह रहे हैं कि हम उनको जो एकनाथ गुट है, एकनाथ शिंदे का गुट को हम उनको जो है वो शिव प्रसाद देंगे।
वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। शिव प्रसाद विल बी गिवन। इस हालात में मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी रेबल एमएलए को शिव प्रसाद चाहिए होगा, बट थिंग्स आर हीटिंग अप इन अ वेरी बिग वे. Arvind Oja breaking crucial story from Delhi that Y+ security has been provided by the central government to 15 rebel MLAs sitting in Guwahati right now. We're going to try and go across to Polomi in just a moment. But another piece of breaking news coming in: Governor Koshyari. Remember, the governor of Maharashtra is the constitutional authority through which any government change can happen in the state. Government Koshyari was down with COVID. We understand that he is back home now. He's recovered. He's been discharged from hospital. He's back in the Raj Bhavan after COVID-19. And like India Today's Polomi Saha has been reporting, with the governor back in office, and back able to discharge his duties, the wheels of transformation might actually begin to change. Mustafa Sheikh continues to be with us outside Sharad Pawar's residence. There's been a lot of movement from there as well since earlier today. Mustafa, the breaking story today: Governor Koshyari is back in the Raj Bhavan, which means he can discharge his duties. But I want to get your perspective, Mustafa, on the slightly more pressing piece of breaking news, which is that the central government has provided Y+ security to 15 of these rebel MLAs who are sitting, with Eknath Shinde. We don't know which 15 these are, but they're said to be part of the closest faction. Some of their offices were also vandalized. What are you hearing on that front, Mustafa?
Well, Shiv, if we connect the dots, it's obvious that the 15 MLAs must be the MLAs who have been given the notice of disqualification, because that hearing date is tomorrow scheduled to happen at Vidhan Bhavan, where the Deputy Speaker has called them. So the question is, they have kept the way open. If they are approaching Supreme Court, something doesn't work out, so they have to be available for the hearing. So it is now likely that the MLAs may come for a hearing, because remember, Eknath Shinde has more than 50 MLAs with him. Why only give security to Y+ security to 15 MLAs? So this 15 MLAs, which means are going to make a move, or they are likely to go to make a move, and hence the central government has provided them Y+ security if in Mumbai, Delhi, Gujarat, wherever they want to go, because it's a physical hearing notice which was given to the 16 MLAs for disqualification. So it's likely that these must be the same MLAs who have been given this security so that they can come to Mumbai, attend the disqualification hearing in front of the Deputy Speaker. Meanwhile, the Eknath Shinde camp will try and work out their options with the governor at the Supreme Court, and they will try to see as soon as possible that they can stake claim on the government. Back to you.
Okay, they can stake claim on the government. There are very many different scenarios that are playing out right now. The legal aspect is casting a big shadow of uncertainty, even more uncertainty, should I say, on this unfolding situation. Sharad Pawar is going to be leaving for Delhi very shortly, where we are hearing he's going to be speaking to top constitutional lawyers and others about this unfolding situation. They're going to lawyer up in a very big way. The Shinde faction is also lawyering up. They're speaking to their own legal counsels about what they can do. There is a disqualification versus disqualification battle that's taking place. And now, very interestingly, the Shinde Sena MLAs who've been targeted with disqualification notices have all received Y+ security. So this is a battle that's going to go down to the wires. No action is being seen as too big or too direct as far as the BJP is concerned as well. So this is a situation that you can expect to see spiral very, very rapidly. I'm going to get Polomi in on this in just a moment. Mustafa continues to be with me. We'll have Sahil joining us also in a second. The numbers, remember, very important as we continue to give you, non-stop pieces of breaking news, is that the numbers are holding steady. Now, if the numbers were faltering, then, things could go this way or that. The Eknath Shinde faction being, forced to stretch this game out, for so many days, 5 days and counting now, would become more vulnerable and threatened with each passing hour. But the fact that the Shinde Sena has been able to demonstrate the ability to keep its flock together, keep those numbers steady. Not a single MLA has, changed his mind and his or her mind and decided to fly back from Guwahati, is telling in itself. That appears to suggest that there is a great deal of backing. The big meeting between Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis yesterday is, of course, the big India Today news break that everyone has been forced to cover. They don't have the details, of course, but that's a different story. Sharad Pawar is headed to Delhi to begin what could be a legal battle to rescue the Mahavikas Aghadi. I'm going to ask our producers to quickly update me on the reporters we have on hand right now so I can go with them. Mustafa continues to be with me. We'll be getting Sahil with us in a moment. Mustafa, when is Sharad Pawar expected to leave for Delhi?
Well, Sharad Pawar will be leaving in some time soon because he has a flight to catch this afternoon. He'll be leaving because as the presidential candidate of the opposition will be filing his candidature. But also what we are hearing on ground is the Shiv that from our reporter Palas Dhama is saying that Sada Sarvankar, who is one of the MLAs who has gone to Guwahati, the central forces deployment is already seen outside his house. So the Eknath Shinde camp had yesterday claimed that there are some security issues with security being withdrawn by the government and hence their family is in danger. So it seems like the securities are already starting to be deployed in Mumbai, Thane, Ulhasnagar, and people who are close to Eknath Shinde. And Sada Sarvankar, the MLA from Dadar, Shiv Sena MLA from Dadar, outside his house, our colleague Paras is reporting that the security has already been beefed up, and the second he can see the central security forces, maybe the CISF, deployed already there. So this is an update which we are getting on the ground, that soon after the update of security increase or Y+ security by central agencies came out, the security deployment has already happened. So it's a planned decision which was taken so that there is no security threat to the families of the MLAs who are in Mumbai or other parts of Maharashtra. Back to you.
Okay, I just want to, just for a moment, I want to take our viewers' attention to the fact that towering above all of the faces you see, the protests that are taking place on the road, the Sena MLAs of the Uddhav faction, the Shinde MLAs sitting, as you can see, all smiling and looking very powerful, looking like they're all going to be part of a new Shiv Sena or a new government in Maharashtra in these fresh images that India Today has accessed from the Radisson Blu Hotel. Remember that the shadow that has been cast across all of them right now is that of the Shiv Sena patriarch and founder, Balasaheb Thackeray. He's no longer around, but boy, is his name being used. Not surprising, because he is that larger-than-life personality that defined the Shiv Sena and its brand of politics. And now there's an ugly war, a tug-of-war over that legacy, with Eknath Shinde even daring to say that the Uddhav Sena is not the true inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy, and that they have adulterated and contaminated his politics by partnering with parties like the NCP and the Congress Party to make the Mahavikas Aghadi. You've got Sanjay Raut now pointing at Eknath Shinde and saying, how dare you use Balasaheb's name? Use your own, apne baap ka naam lo. Take a look at this.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thakray's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन नावं, दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. कारण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Bala Sahib's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Bala Sahib's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Bala Sahib Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे. शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं. आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते.
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं. जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है. हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं, और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी.
Dropping a massive hint, rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar also asserted that rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहिब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में. तो या तो वो नहीं है, हो सकती है आपकी कोई और, ये नहीं है. अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है. ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है. वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं, और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे. आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है. जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसके हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे.
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Sahib's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा, और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी.
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
And we've got more breaking news coming in on the back of our news break on Y+ security being provided to 15 Shinde Sena MLAs owing to a security perception and the disqualification notices that have been issued against them. One of them is Sada Sarvakar, and outside his residence is India Today's Paras Dama, who's bringing us this live report on the CRPF that's been deployed outside his residence owing to a threat that was enunciated by him to him and his family. Remember, Sada Sarvakar is one of the MLAs who's sitting currently in Guwahati, part of the inner faction of the Shinde Sena. Paras, what's going on there? Security already visible.
Yes, Shiv, security has been increased over here. These are all CRPF Jawans who are all here, who are deployed over here for the security of Sadak Sarwankar's family. Sadak Sarwankar was continuously saying that there is a threat given to him and to his family, and that's why now Centre has provided them with CRPF security. You can see that CRPF Jawans are over here from last 15 to 20 minutes, and this is very important because we had seen the direct attacks of Shiv Sena to Eknath Shinde group, the rebel group which is in Guwahati, and rebel group are saying continuously that they have been threatened by some of the people, and they have not been provided by any security, or their family has been not provided with any security. On the other hand, Home Minister of Maharashtra, Dilip Walse Patil, said he will provide security to all the MLAs, MLAs who are in Guwahati and their families. He will provide, but we can't see any security provided by the Home Minister. So now Centre has provided the security to all this 15 or 16 the disqualification MLAs that had been filed by Shiv Sena. So here are the visuals. This is Sada Sarwankar house, and these are the CRPF who has been deployed for the security of Sada Sarwankar family, Shiv. And this is the very important step taken by Centre right now. So question arises, what? The MLAs doesn't trust Mumbai police or Maharashtra police. So that's why now help has come from the Centre. This is the major question which is rising now. Shiv.
Have his family said anything? Have Sada Sarwarkar's family said anything? There's a threat to his family apparently. Anything coming from inside his home yet, Paras?
Possibly there are a very, very low chance of family speaking because they are been threatened, and Sada Sarwankar has told this. So it's very difficult that family will speak anything. But this visuals tells the story that they were threatened, and that's why Centre has provided with CRPF security to them. And Mumbai police are also there. 2-3 constable I can see over here. Mumbai police is also there. But the major thing is that for now has after the threat calls or the threat messages which was given to Sada Sarwankar and another MLAs, the rebel MLAs, the security has been increased, and we are at the Sada Sarwankar residence in Mumbai's Dadar, and you can see the CRPF Jawans are standing tall and securing the premises.
Paras, stay with me. Okay, so CRPF security cover has been provided to one MLA, Sada Sarwarkar. We've got those first images of the security that's already been deployed outside his house. This has increased the expectation of the so-called ghar wapsi of all of these MLAs. Security has been provided to them. Disqualification notices are flying, at each other between Mumbai and Guwahati right now. But when is that big flight home? When is Shinde going to bring all his rebel MLAs to Mumbai? Continues to be really the big question at this point of time. Day 6, and I want to, I want to update all of our viewers on everything that is happening right now in Maharashtra, because this issue has spread. It's not confined to Mumbai anymore. Of course, the other half of what's going on is in Guwahati. But even within Maharashtra on day 6, things have escalated and expanded. The Maharashtra political drama is on day 6. Both the Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena continue to remain totally defiant. The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for at least 2 more days. It means more trouble for the Mahavikas Aghadi because those numbers are simply not falling. Sources say the Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change by Uddhav Thackeray as illegal. As for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs, which is a number that Uddhav simply does not have at this point of time. That's a fact. On the very same ground, the Shinde Sena, like we've been reporting, may be demanding the disqualification of MLAs who are currently with Uddhav Thackeray. Now, amidst this entire political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has launched a bitter attack, perhaps his most scathing attack so far, at Eknath Shinde, daring him to come to Mumbai and face the Shiv Senics. While attacking Eknath and the rebel MLAs, Raut said, make a party after your father's name. Why are you using Bala Sahib's name? This comes after the rebel Shinde Sena has reached out to Shiv Sena workers saying, we are doing this for the Sena, not for ourselves. Now, in an outreach, Eknath Shinde says that he's fighting for Bala Saheb's Hindutva and that he wants to free the Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Now remember, everything that you're seeing play out today is happening in the wake of a huge overnight India Today political scoop, because this has changed the narrative, changed the game, answered many questions, but also raised many new questions about what this end game in Uddhav Thackeray's career trajectory is going to look like. India Today had this huge scoop, and that's the reason why everyone else is sort of scrambling for details right now while we report it straight, is a big stealthy meeting that took place late last night between Eknath Shinde, who reportedly flew all the way from Guwahati in east to Vadodara in the west, in Gujarat, to meet with Devendra Fadnavis, the one guy who's been totally silent right through this entire thing. But remember, he is the person who stands to gain the most if it is endgame Uddhav, because it is likely that if there is a BJP-led government, it'll be Fadnavis who will be the Chief Minister and perhaps Eknath Shinde as Deputy Chief Minister. Take a look. 2:30 a.m., fly-by-night operation behind closed doors. Nobody even knew about it. Of course, nothing happens without India Today knowing about it. Take a look.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, महाशक्ति है, यानी आख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m., reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore, and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Paulami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, breaking news coming in. Y+ security to 15 rebel MLAs from the central government. No security cover for Eknath Shinde. That's the latest coming in right now. The 15 rebel MLAs are now getting Y+ security and no security cover for Shinde. That is the big breaking story we're tracking at this point of time. This is happening, remember, amidst the Maharashtra political crisis. After Uddhav supporters attacked the offices of Sena rebels, 15 MLAs in Guwahati have received Y+ security. The political crisis, viewers, continues to unfold in Maharashtra. It is the rebel camp, as you already know, led by Minister Eknath Shinde. He's floated an idea to form a group named Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray yesterday even chaired a meeting in Mumbai with Sena leaders and passed resolutions, moved EC to restrain any other political outfit or faction, for that matter, in this case the Shinde faction, from using the name of Shiv Sena and its founder Bala Sahib Thackeray. Now the latest coming in is that after the Shiv Sena supporters, which is the Uddhav Sena supporters, attacked the offices of the rebels of Shiv Sena from the Shinde faction, 15 MLAs who are holed up at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati have received Y+ security cover. The rebels have refused to return to Mumbai. Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly issued show cause notices to 16 Sena MLAs for not attending the meeting called upon by Sena Party Whip Sunil Prabhu. The Deputy Speaker also asked Shinde to be present, to present his case by tomorrow. Big breaking story on your screens right now. Why no security cover for Eknath Shinde? That is a big question. But Y+ security coming in for 15 MLAs in Guwahati who are at the moment at that resort. If I may request the producers to get us Pallavi Saha or any other reporter from Guwahati to bring us up to speed with the very latest development. Let's patch a battery of reporters on this broadcast right now. Fast-moving development. This as the Eknath Shinde camp meeting begins in Guwahati. That is what sources have indicated. And security has been deployed outside rebel MLA Sada Savarkar's residence in Mumbai as well. At the same time, you've got Shiv Sena supporters protesting at Jantar Mantar in Delhi too. And Uddhav Sena supporters have attacked the offices of Sena rebels. 15 MLAs in Guwahati now have a Y+ security cover. Big breaking story on your screens right now. And what we are also picking up from sources is that Eknath Shinde camp meeting has begun in Guwahati. But big question arising on if 15 rebel MLAs are getting Y+ security from the center. Why is it that Eknath Shinde, who's heading this entire rebellion, he's not provided Y+ security? We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise you. We'll find out the reason why this is happening. And hence, I'm requesting our producers to get us our reporters who've got all the very latest details. All these details, remember, are coming from our reporters on ground, who from their highly placed sources. All this information is trickling in. The central government providing Y+ category Armed Central Reserve Police Force, or the CRPF security cover to 15 rebel Shiv Sena MLA. But no security at the moment, no security cover for Eknath Shinde, who is the leader of this rebellion in the first place. The Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena fight has hit the streets as the supporters took out protest rallies in various parts of Maharashtra. Following the threats of violence and of vandalism against rebel MLAs on Saturday, the supporters of both Uddhav and Shinde took out massive rallies today. Sena workers also held bike rally from Samna office in Mumbai, raising anti-Shinde slogans outside. Shiv Sena's Delhi unit is taking out a protest march in Jantar Mantar in Delhi in support of Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde supporters, on the other hand, have gathered outside Eknath Shinde's Thane residence in a show of support. There is also heavy police security forces deployed at the offices of Eknath Shinde, his son MP Shrikant Shinde, his offices in Kalyan and in Ulhasnagar. Both Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized just in front of the police station in Ulhasnagar. Supporters of rebel Sena MLA Abdul Sattar gathered outside his office at Silod constituency in Aurangabad district. All the latest ground reports on your screens, visuals coming in from all across the length and breadth of Maharashtra, and even from the protest that is taking place in Delhi at Jantar Mantar. This Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Sena tussle has turned ugly. Violence has broken out as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets. Angry Sainiks vandalized rebel MLA's offices, burnt effigies as well. Let's show you the complete report. Take a look.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Sainiks, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Sainiks are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Sainiks in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Sainiks were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Sainiks vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है. लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं. यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है. आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो. तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए. मैंने क्या कहा क्या आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है. मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है. वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो. अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो. ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए.
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए. और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है. जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है.
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the war path, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, taking this across to Dev Kotak, my colleague who is joining us from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. Dev, the big question on everyone's mind is what is going on as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned. Sources indicated that he had a secret meeting with Eknath Shinde as well that lasted for half an hour yesterday in Vadodara. Number one, do we have any inputs in terms of what really happened right there? Number two, the very fact that the BJP has really distanced itself and not jumped the gun as yet is probably because they're not confident of the numbers, probably because they think that some of these MLAs who are in the Shinde camp may perhaps jump ship back into the Uddhav camp if they come back to Bombay.
Chati, this is hardly surprising because Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, I wouldn't say exactly they have been friends for a long time, but their association goes very long, can be traced to a couple of years. And as per unofficial sources, it is also believed that Devendra Fadnavis at some point in time had asked Eknath Shinde to join the BJP, not recently. This is, a few years ago. But of course, Eknath Shinde that time remained loyal and continued to stay with Shiv Sena. So despite the kind of, despite the fact that they are from different parties, their association has been very strong. And right now it is hardly surprising because the kind of political crisis that are on in the state of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis obviously wants to form his own government and take power as the Chief Minister like how he was in the previous term as well. So they are believed to have spoken over the phone and for almost 30 minutes. That was a very long call and they have discussed the situation. Eknath Shinde has conveyed also on what grounds did he rebel, what compelled him to sort of break away and run away from Maharashtra, also the kind of growing distrust and discontentment within the MLAs, within the rebel MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde in Guwahati at this point in time. And of course, as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned, he has not really made any big political statements in the past few days. He is reserving his comments because it is a wait and watch situation at this point in time, because we also have to see in terms of how things play out, because obviously we know for a matter of fact that it is going to be a long drawn legal and a technical battle that the MVA government must prepare itself for. They have to brace for whatever is going to come ahead, even if it is tough at this point in time. But going back to Devendra Fadnavis, I am outside his house and he has not stepped out. Apart from anything which is much more serious and more important, he has barely stepped out and is not really making too many public appearances. In fact, there have been a steady stream of visitors in the past few days who have been coming to meet Mr. Fadnavis at regular points in time during the day. So we see their cars going in and out, but Mr. Devendra Fadnavis personally has not come out. There are people who are going to meet him to discuss the situation. From what we could potentially guess is the fact that a lot of these people who are already trying to rally support and lobby for power, if I may say so, in a certain sense, that hypothetically or whenever Mr. Devendra Fadnavis takes charge and comes to power again, these are the people who will also want to be a part of the cabinet. So what we could assume is that they have been coming, holding meetings with him in a bid to also convince him, saying that, we are there with you, for you. So do kindly keep us also in mind when you form the cabinet or whenever the power sharing part of it is discussed and put into practice. So these people have been coming right now and have just been trying to stand by with Mr. Devendra Fadnavis and show in a certain sense that they are also loyalists and are here to stay. So these are the kind of developments that are happening at this point in time. But barring the BJP, also different camps, which is Congress has been having regular meetings, NCP has been having meetings. In fact, a few minutes ago at Mr. Sharad Pawar's residence, where the Maharashtra State Home Minister, Mr. Dilip Walse Patil, was also present at his Silver Oaks bungalow in Breach Candy. But the Shiv Sena, we know at this point in time they're doing some serious firefighting and damage
Absolutely.
control.
Hold on right there. An exclusive interview of Aaditya Thackeray on India Today. Aaditya Thackeray's first up reaction to India Today on all that is going on right now. No other channel has that interview. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Aaditya, how is the morale of the party right now? Aaditya, hi. How is... आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिग्रुप करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर। आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
तो ये थे आदित्य ठाकरे। आदित्य, उन्होंने बोला है जो लोग भाग गए हैं वो खुद ही जाने आखिर उन्हें किस बात से डर है। उनका कहना है वो दुखी नहीं है, गुस्सा नहीं है, लेकिन ग्राउंड जीरो पर इस वक्त वो लोगों का प्यार देख रहे हैं। अंडरलाइन बात जो उन्होंने कही है कि वही लोग डरे हुए हैं जो रेबेल ग्रुप के हैं, जो पार्टी छोड़कर दूर भाग गए हैं। अब शिवसेना के पास में इस वक्त एक जिम्मेदारी है कि वो पार्टी को किस तरीके से रिग्रुप करे। और जिस तरीके से आदित्य ठाकरे ने पब्लिक एड्रेसेस शुरू किए हैं मुंबई में, अब बताया जा रहा है कि इसी तरीके की गैदरिंग्स ना सिर्फ मुंबई में बल्कि राज्य के अलग अलग इलाकों में भी होंगी, जिससे बताया जाएगा कि शिवसेना अभी टूटी नहीं है, शिवसेना हारी रही है और उसने लड़ाई को छोड़ा नहीं है। यानी इसका सीधा सीधा मतलब है फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस में, कोर्ट में और सड़कों पे सब जगह शिवसेना को अपनी पार्टी की प्रतिष्ठा को बचाने के लिए लड़ना ही पड़ेगा। कैमरा पर्सन महेश मोरे के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई।
All right, that was the first up reaction of Aaditya Thackeray coming in. The fight for real Shiv Sena hitting up right there. Heating up completely, I beg your pardon, right there. Aaditya Thackeray's first up reaction to India today. They are going to fight it until the end. There is still hope that some of the ones who have been taken away come back, because as Aaditya said, that some of them have been taken against their will. And that is why you see you have a 2-day delay in terms of coming back to Mumbai from the Shinde camp from Guwahati as well. And then Aaditya saying that, you know, some of them have been taken against their will as well. So you never know which side is right, which side is wrong. But as far as Shinde camp is concerned, they've bought 2 days. That says a lot. That paints a larger picture and narrative in terms of what's going on. The rebels may join BJP. They may seek floor test as well. Many options available right now. The latest updates related to Maharashtra political crisis. Let's get you the latest. Maharashtra government slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons and is now seeking legal advice. Sources have also said that Centre has provided Y+ category to 15 rebel MLAs. Let's get you the top development number 2 on your screens now. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in the court. They said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now the change by Uddhav is illegal, and for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of MLAs. Wow, with Uddhav. Third big point right here in a big India Today scoop. Sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night to discuss the possible formation of government in Maharashtra. Big development number 4. As this entire political situation unfolds in Maharashtra, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. Uddhav Sena also responded with protests. Anti-Shinde slogans were raised outside Samna's office. And the last 5th development that you need to know that will give you a better perspective on what's going on right there in Maharashtra is that Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut taunted Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs. Raut said, "Use your father's name to seek votes." He also dared rebels again, "Come to Mumbai and face us." Breaking news coming in. in with Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari back at the Raj Bhavan. There could be the possible strategies of the Shinde camp. These are the ones. Number one, press for precedence rule in the state, citing the breakdown of law and order in the state. Precedent polls are on 18th of June and can prove to be a deterrent, though that's the caveat. Number two, with the Deputy Speaker issuing a notice to the rebel MLAs for disqualification, the Shinde camp, which is backed by the BJP, can now write to the governor asking for Speaker's election that has been pending for over a year. Uddhav government had earlier written to the governor to decide on a date for Speaker's election, but that can happen only post the completion of the disqualification notices issued by the Deputy Speaker. Possible strategy number three, the rebel MLAs can merge with the BJP and ask for a floor test. They have till now distanced themselves from a merger. So that's the latest, all the possibilities coming in at the moment. We're taking a short commercial break. We're slipping into a short commercial break on that note. On the other side, my colleague Paulami Saha will take this broadcast forward. She's at Guwahati. She knows every twist and turn of what is going on with the inside details. Stay with us on India Today. All the news breaks first here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. We're coming to you live right now from Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, where the Eknath Shinde camp is currently lodged. In fact, this is day 6 of the political drama in Maharashtra. The political drama in Maharashtra has entered its 6th day, while both the Shinde camp and the Uddhav Thackeray camp, in fact, have dug their heels in. They continue to be defiant. The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for 2 more days, and another trouble for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them. That is something that they're likely to intimate the Deputy Speaker about tomorrow on Monday. Sources say the Shinde camp has also called the election and the change of the legislative party leader of the Shiv Sena by the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction illegal. As they claim, for that, Uddhav Thackeray needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same ground, they may demand the disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray, is what we're learning from our sources as well. Now, amid the political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut launched an all-out attack at Eknath Shinde and dared him to come to Mumbai. While attacking Eknath and rebel MLAs, Raut said, "Make a party after your party's name, seek vote after your father's name." Now, this comes after rebel Shinde has reached out to Shiv Sena workers. In an outreach, Shinde said that he's fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva and that he wants to free Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Listen in to Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं घुसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर के हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर दो। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
In fact, viewers, we're getting to you an exclusive conversation with a minister in the Maha Vikas Aghadi government and one of the senior-most leaders in the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Aaditya Thackeray has spoken exclusively to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay in Mumbai, who was asked questions about the growing vandalism on the streets of Mumbai. Aaditya said, in fact, that the rebel camp at Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati is intimated by the power of Shiv Sena. Listen in.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप में बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर। आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
Right, we're getting you some breaking news that's coming in right now. The fastest updates in the Maharashtra political pot boiler. Back-to-back meetings in the Maharashtra crisis. What you're learning right now from our sources is that independent MLA Ravi Rana has reached Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai after Shinde Fadnavis's secret meet in Vadodara. Viewers, Ravi Rana has now joined in. He's meeting Devendra Fadnavis, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, at his residence in Mumbai, expectedly lending support to the BJP, as the BJP claims to be in wait-and-watch mode as the two factions of the Shiv Sena continue to clash. Okay, so that's the latest update that's coming to us, in fact, from Mumbai at the moment. Independent MLA Ravi Rana has reached the residence of former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Remember, yesterday, India Today had broken the story of Devendra Fadnavis landing in Vadodara midnight. In fact, he had landed in Vadodara, taking the flight, a private jet out of Mumbai, flying to Indore, and from Indore to Vadodara. And Eknath Shinde had flown out of the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati in the middle of the night, in the dead of the night. From Guwahati, he landed in Vadodara, and it's expected that they in fact had a very secret meeting, possibly deliberations on their future course of action, because Eknath Shinde has already been claiming that he will be lending support to the Bharatiya Janata Party. He in fact wants to be on board with the BJP and not with the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance partners, the NCP and the Congress. Now what we're learning is that independent MLA Ravi Rana, who is in fact the husband of Member of Parliament Navneet Rana, who in fact came under attack from the Mahavikas Aghadi government very recently for challenging them, he has reached Devendra Fadnavis's residence right now. In fact, here is the mega scoop that India Today has in fact managed to get the information that India Today has scooped out on rebel MLA Eknath Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met BJP leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. In fact, 2 nights ago, Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. in Vadodara. These are the exclusive details that have been accessed by the best team of reporters at India Today.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, महाशक्ति है, यानी अख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore, and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Paulami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Right. In fact, India Today has the best team of reporters spread out across Maharashtra and, of course, tracking this story in Gujarat, in Assam as well. Joining me right now, Munish Pandey, who's in fact standing outside Devendra Fadnavis' residence in Mumbai. Also joining me is Ashutosh Mishra, who is in Kalyan, in the outskirts of Mumbai right now. In fact, he is checking on the developments in the Eknath Shinde camp, because supporters of Eknath Shinde have now come out on the streets in order to, in fact, ensure that it is making making a lot of noise in terms of Eknath Shinde's game plan as well. Ashutosh, I'll come across to you right now. What's happening around you? Yesterday we did see that Eknath Shinde's son Shrikant Shinde had stepped out and had tried to, of course, build the momentum and boost the morale of Shinde's supporters over there on the ground. But they've come under attack as well from Shiv Seniks who owe their allegiance to the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Ashutosh.
Well, Polemy, what Shrikant Shinde did was perhaps need of the time for the Shinde camp who have rebelled against Shiv Sena. Remember, just 72 hours back, there was a totally different picture. The Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackeray, totally demoralized, out of situation, appealing the rebels to come back. And within 32 hours, we've seen the situation taking drastically change, aggressive. And the Shiv Sena, what is known for exactly the aggressive behavior that we saw Sanjay Rao challenging the rebels come out on street. And then it turned into violent protest against Shinde camp. In fact, several offices, particularly as we know that outskirts of Mumbai, be it Thane, Dombivali, Kalyan, Ulhasnagar, these areas have been the bastion of Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde. So all those Shiv Sena headquarters under Eknath Shinde, right one behind me, are being guarded by Mumbai police. What was the need? Yesterday Shrikant Shinde came out because the momentum was supporters was indeed needed. But yet again, what we are saying, mostly the Shiv Sainik. Now remember, there is a dilemma amongst the Shiv Sainik originally, because those who are very close to Eknath Shinde has been the stalwart leader. Several people heard that whenever we had any work, we just went to Shakha, he just signed a paper and our work was done. So he has a close bonding with the people in his constituency, in his area, and where he has been, the stalwart from, particularly from Thane district. Now, when it comes to the Shiv Sainik, we know the cadre-based party which runs on ideology revolves around the face of the brand of Balasaheb Thackeray, which the legacy is being carried by Uddhav Thackeray. That makes a dilemma that if they are seen with Eknath Shinde and tomorrow the faction again goes back to Uddhav Thackeray, he holds the control, then what will happen to the Shiv Sainik? They'll be kind of rebel and that could turn to violent further. Similarly,
okay, Ashutosh, I'll have to request you to, just hold on over there. Just hold that thought, Ashutosh, because Aaditya Thackeray is speaking right now. We're cutting across live to Aaditya Thackeray.
जे फुटीरवादी आहेत त्यांना माफी नाही, त्यांना क्षमा करणार नाही महाराष्ट्र, हे आपण शपथ घेऊन पुढे निघालेलो आहे. आणि आता तिथपासून बघायला येते आपल्याला काही काही पत्रकारच दाखवतात आपल्याला व्हिडिओज फिरत आहेत. व्हिडिओ फिरत होता, तुम्ही बघितला असेल कसा तो व्हिडिओ. तर म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती करून ठेवली आहे, काय मान होता, काय सन्मान मिळत होता. शिवसेनेत नंबर 2 सारखे
Look at what the circumstances are.
स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री कधी सोडत नाहीत. मला वाटत नाही कधी महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासात किंवा इतर राज्यांच्या इतिहासात एवढी खातं हे मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी दुसऱ्याला दिलं असेल. तो मान सन्मान आपण त्यांना दिला होता. MSRDCचं खातं तर गेले 7 वर्ष होतच होतं.
See the respect that was given to them. See the number of portfolios that Uddhav Thackeray let go.
बाकीचे पण अजून काही किती मंत्री असतील, 2-4 मंत्री गेलेत सोबत, काही आमदार सोबत गेलेले आहेत. पण इथे जो मान सन्मान मिळत होता,
a couple of ministers went with them.
मिळत होतं, महिला आघाडी आणि पुरुषांचं मिळत होतं, युवासेनेचं मिळत
होतं. The kind of respect, the love and affection that they were getting over here.
एवढंच नाही, नुसतं शिवसैनिकांचं नाही तर तुम्हाला
from the people, the party workers.
की आता नोव्हेंबर मध्ये जेव्हा मी स्कॉटलंडला गेलेलो COP26,
not just Shiv Seniks,
सरकारचं कौतुक चाललेलं, धारावी मॉडेल असेल, मुंबई मॉडेल असेल,
when I went to Scotland in November, Maharashtra was appreciated, the Dharavi model, the Mumbai model. They were appreciating the work of the Mahavikas Aghadi and the CM.
जेव्हा मी डॅवॉसला गेलेलो तिथे महाराष्ट्रासाठी 80,000 कोटीचे करार करून आलेलो आहोत. म्हणजे स्वतःसाठी नाही, स्वतःला
when we went to Davos,
मी काही IPL मधला खेळाडी नाहीये जे
crores of rupees for Maharashtra, not for us.
ह्या फुटीरवाद्यांसारखं आपण कोणीच नाही. कोणी आहे का इथे? कारण आपले दरवाजे खुले आहेत, ज्यांना जायचं त्यांच्यासाठी पण खुले आहेत.
We're not like those people. Are we like them?
दरवाजे खुले आहेत.
Those who want to come back, the doors are still open for them.
जे चांगले आहेत,
and for those who want to go with them.
अजूनही आपल्याशी मनानी, हृदयानी, मनानी जुळलेले आहेत, त्यांच्यासाठी आहेत. जे स्वतःला विकून गेले आणि दुसऱ्यांना विकत,
those who are still with us from the heart, those who have not sold themselves.
आणि फक्त शिवसेनेचे म्हणत नाही मी, महाराष्ट्राचे दरवाजे आता बंद झाले
आहेत. Who have sold themselves, for them the doors will never be open.
या महाविकास आघाडीचं आणि मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांचं आपल्या सर्वांचं कौतुक झालं.
In Davos too,
आपण कौतुक बघत आहात जे काही
The Mahavikas Aghadi and the CM were appreciated.
चर्चा व्हायची जो काही मान सन्मान माझा सांगण्याचा हेतू हाच आहे की जसा काल तो एक व्हिडिओ
Whatever survey, whatever conversations happened
2-4 दिवसापूर्वी सुरतवरनं गुवाहाटीला जाताना
around Mahavikas Aghadi government's governance.
वेगळे न्यूज चॅनलवर चालवले प्रत्येक आमदाराला मान पकडलेले आहे, दोन्ही हात पकडलेले आहेत आणि अक्षरशः कैद्यांसारखे फरफटत नेत आहेत एका विमानातून दुसरीकडे. हे मान्य आहे तुम्हाला चित्र? मला हे त्यांना पण विचारायचं आहे.
These MLAs almost like prisoners from one private jet to another. Are you in acceptance of this?
म्हणजे पोतनी साहेब मी हे खरोखर
They're being told that you're being locked up.
2-3 दिवस म्हणजे असं वेगळे विचार डोळ्यासमोर येत असतात तेव्हा मी हाच विचार करतो की आपण ह्यांच्यासाठी कमी नक्की केलं तरी काय? कित्येक लोकांना
I'm having various thoughts.
शिवसेनेची ही ताकदच आहे की
What did we do which was not enough?
आणि ओळख देण्याची ही ताकद आपली शिवसेनेची आहे. हिंदू सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची शिकवण आहे.
Shiv Sena gives the most ordinary, the kind of identity, the extraordinary identity they deserve.
व्हॉट्सअप येत आहेत, अनेक व्हॉट्सअप येत आहेत, कोण टपरीवर बसायचं, कोण रिक्षा चालवायचं, कोण काय करायचं हे कधी आपण बघितलं नाही. उलट हीच आपली ताकद आहे की ज्याला आवाज नाही, ज्याला ताकद नाही.
The kind of WhatsApp messages we are getting right now.
असं आपण काम करून दाखवलेलं आहे.
We gave voice to those who were powerless.
कोणी दिलं हे सगळं? कशामुळे मिळालं? कोण माझ्या सोबत होतं? हा जर विचार करा.
Look where we started, where we reached.
आरशात बघायला देखील लाज वाटेल अशी त्यांची परिस्थिती आज झालेली आहे. अशी परिस्थिती झालेली आणि कधीही तुम्ही बघा.
If it comes to that, I'm sure even they'll feel ashamed looking at themselves in the mirror.
तिकीट देताना असेल किंवा आत्ताच जर 2 उदाहरणं घ्यायची असतील तर राज्यसभेचं तिकीट देताना आणि विधान परिषदेचं तिकीट देताना कोणाला तिकीट दिले आपण? राज्यसभेसाठी संजय राऊत साहेब आपली जी तोफ आहे त्यांना एक तिकीट दिलं.
When we distribute tickets,
पण दुसरं तिकीट आपण आपले संजय पवार जे कोल्हापूर मधले सर्व
for Rajya Sabha, we gave it to Sanjay Raut, who is one of our firebrand leaders. But Sanjay Raut, the second candidate, is a sadharan, is an ordinary party worker.
दुसरं कोणाला आपण तिकीट दिलं विधान परिषदेत?
But they betrayed us, these rebel MLAs.
सोबत राहिले आज पण पुण्यात आणि कुठे शिरूरला वगैरे फिरत आहेत, असेच मेळावे घेत आहेत.
In MLC elections, it was Sachin Ahir who stood with us.
कोणी नाव ऐकलेलं त्यांचं? पण उद्धव साहेबांचं प्रत्येकावर लक्ष
A party worker was our second candidate.
सर्वात मोठं म्हणजे
Had you heard his name before?
विश्वास असतो. कधी कधी आपला अंधविश्वास आपण सर्वांवर टाकून पुढे निघतो. आता पण मी जे काही मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांबरोबर सतत बोलत आहे, काही सोबती जे आहेत ते पण सांगत आहेत, राऊत साहेब आहेत,
I'm speaking to the CM now.
पोतनी साहेब, आम्ही सतत चर्चा करत आहोत की नक्की चुकलं काय, ह्याला कमी दिलं काय. आणि मग कधी कधी कोणी बोलून जातं की साहेब तुम्ही जास्ती विश्वास टाकला, तुम्ही
Raut Sahib, Anil Desai Sahib, we all discussing where exactly did we fall short? What did we not give them?
ही परिस्थिती अशी आहे. बरं बंड करायचं आहे ना तर चला हिम्मत दाखवून तर
If Shiv Senics had to trust anyone, who are they to trust? The circumstances are such.
की खूप बंड असे होत असतात जे विरोधी पक्षातून सत्ताधारी पक्षामध्ये जायला बंड होत असतात आणि आधी आपण बघितले काही आता दिसत पण नाहीत. हाईट कमीच होत चालली त्यांची.
Many rebels intend to go into the ruling party.
नाही जाऊ दे, तर मला कंटाळा.
We've seen that kind of thing in the past.
त्यांना पण कंटाळा आला असेल. पण हा पहिलासा बंड आहे जिथे सत्ताधारी पक्षातून विरोधी पक्षात बसण्यासाठी
But this is the first such group.
आत येणार नाही ह्याची काळजी आणि दक्षता आपण कायद्यातून घेतो.
They decided to go from the ruling to sit on the opposition benches.
तुम्हाला सांगतो आकड्यांचा खेळ अजूनही कसाही दिसत असेल, म्हणजे आता टीव्हीवर असेल 35 आमदार 40 आमदार, जरी प्रत्येक आमदार तिथे गेला तरी विजय हा शिवसेनेचाच होणार ही मी तुम्हाला आज खात्री पटवून देत आहे.
Even if every MLA goes there, the win will be Shiv Sena's. I'm absolutely certain of it.
उद्धव साहेबांनी मोह सोडलाय, जिद्द नाही, ताकद नाही.
Uddhav Sahib has left his sense of attachment, not his determination, not his strength. The betrayers, the power hungry may have left the Shiv Sena, but not my Shiv Senics.
उद्धव साहेबांचं जे काम 2.5 वर्षात केलेलं आणि पुढचे देखील
We work as Shiv Senics together.
ते काम जर बघितलं तर नुसतं आकड्यांमध्ये सत्ता नाही.
The work done by Uddhav Sahib in the last 2.5 years, we'll see it for the next 25 years.
आपण सत्ताधारीच आहोत ही भूमिका आपल्याला आता घ्यायची आहे.
We have to stick with the perception that we are still the ruling party in the hearts of the people.
त्या नावाची तुम्ही लावण्याची लायकी असती तुमची.
We will stay Shiv Sena. We will stay Shiv Sena. Balasaheb Thackeray. Are you even qualified to have that name?
मला काय अपेक्षित होतं पोटनी साहेब की एवढे जर शूरवीर असतील, हे सगळे दादा लोक असतील, जे जसे दाखवायचे आपल्याला की बघा आम्ही असे आहोत, आम्ही तसे आहोत, 4 लोक घेऊन फिरायचे छाती ठोकून दादागिरी.
If they're so powerful, if they're like dadas the way they used to show it to us,
पण जर खरोखर यांच्यात ताकद असती, थोडी लाज,
why didn't they stand in front of us? They don't have the strength to face us.
रक्त असतं.
Maybe if they had some shame, maybe if they had some respect, self-respect.
तर बंड नाहीये, समोर येऊन बोलले असते की चला मला मुख्यमंत्री बनवा, ही माझी.
If they really had followed in the teachings of Balasaheb and Anand Dige, then they would have faced us and told us this is what we wanted.
म्हणून सुरतेत पळाले. 4 दिवस तिथे काय थांबले, 2 लोक आपले शूरवीर कैलाश पाटील.
You can't face us in Maharashtra, so you ran to Surat.
तिथून सुरतेतून कुठे पळाले? गुवाहाटीला पळाले. म्हणजे तुम्ही विचार करा किती धावपळ
चाललेली आहे. Came back Kailash Patil and Nitin Deshmukh.
45 की जे काय असतील तुमच्याकडे.
They ran away to Guwahati. Imagine how much they're running.
पण म्हणजे बघा तुम्ही, आता मला तर हसायला यायला लागले त्यांच्यावर. राग पण नाही त्यांच्यावर, मला खरोखर हसावंसं वाटतं की काय होतात तुम्ही.
I'm finding this like a laughable situation.
मला वाईट ह्या गोष्टीचं वाटायला लागले की
what you were and what kind of a joke you've become.
आणि जे कोणी ह्याच्या मागे दृश्य हात असतील, केंद्रातली सत्ता असू शकते, महाशक्ती असू शकते, काहीतरी काल बोललेत ना पाकिस्तान.
Whoever is the unseen hand behind this,
हे जर असं असेल,
the part,
माझा तुम्हाला साधा प्रश्न आहे,
the government in state in the center of Pakistan's hand.
लाखो लोक तरसलेले आहेत, त्रासलेले आहेत, पुरातून बाहेर येण्याचा प्रयत्न करत आहेत, त्यांना खायला अन्न नाहीये.
Lots of people, lakhs of people, in fact,
तुम्ही मजा मारायला जाता.
voted you to power.
स्वतःला
Now they're facing a critical situation in the state of Assam.
जो ज्याला पाहिजे त्याला सेवा करत राहायचं.
Lakhs of people are facing a critical situation in Assam, and वहाँ पे you've gone.
पूर आलेले ज्या राज्यामध्ये पूर आलेले तिकडचे मुख्यमंत्री बोलतात इथे कोण महाराष्ट्रातून टुरिझमसाठी आलं असेल तर आम्हाला आनंद. केंद्रातून अजूनही किती पथकं लोकांना मदत करायला.
And the state CM says when there are floods, that whoever comes here for tourism, they're welcome.
तिची सीआरपीएफची सिक्युरिटी या आसाममध्ये लोकांना वाचवायला द्यायला पाहिजे होती. तिथे पोलीस यंत्रणा,
the CRPF security they are getting, they should be giving it to Kashmiri Pandits,
8-9
the ones who need it.
पर डे. ह्यांचे बिल्स आहेत जेवणाचे, बाकीचे सोडून द्या. म्हणजे खाण्याचे बोलतो, जेव्हा आपण खाण्यापिण्याचे बोलतो, पाण्याचे आणि इतर मी बोलतो,
the food bills are 8 to 10 lakhs
तो व्हिडिओ एक बोल का
per day.
बिल किती असेल मला.
I'm not even counting many other expenses.
असं झालंय, बिल भी दिया, दिल भी लिया.
I don't know what their full bill looks like. It's like bill bhi diya, dil bhi liya.
हॉटेलमध्ये पूर्ण हॉटेलचं बुकिंग करून राहण्याचा खर्च किती असेल?
Imagine the cost of private jets,
खर्च किती असेल बरं? काही
hotel booking,
बिचाऱ्यांना तर मला माहिती 2-4 आमदार तुम्ही नाव
everyday food, eating, drinking.
घेऊन गेले किडनॅपिंग सारखं, त्यांना कपडे देण्याचं बिल किती आलं असेल?
I can name 2 to 3 MLAs who were kidnapped
जी परिस्थिती आहे
in cars. Imagine their clothes bills now.
म्हणून बघत नाहीये, तर अख्खा देश बघत आहे आणि मला वाटतं जगाचं देखील लक्ष आहे आपल्यावर.
The entire country is watching this. Even the world is watching us. Now G7 is on.
देशात आता लोकशाही राहिली आहे की नाही राहिली आहे हा विचार करणं तुम्हाला गरजेचं आहे. तुमच्या मताला किंमत आहे की नाही किंमत.
They'll come to our country as well and they'll wonder if we have democracy or not.
विकून गेलेला आहे त्याची किंमत राहिलेली आहे हे देखील तुम्हाला विचार करणं गरजेचं आहे. म्हणजे म्हणून मी शिवसेना म्हणून आता बोलत नाही किंवा शिवसैनिक किंवा आमदार म्हणून बोलत नाही राऊत साहेब.
The one who in fact has sold himself, what is his value now?
म्हणून बोलत आहे की मी जेव्हा जगात कोणाशी बोलीन तेव्हा मला लाज वाटेल की माझ्या
I'm speaking as the youth of this country.
खालती आणि डोळ्यासमोर एका राज्यामध्ये जिथे पूर आलेले, जिथे लोकांना अन्न वस्त्र नाहीये, निवारा नाहीये, तिथे ह्याच केंद्र सरकारच्या
I feel ashamed that under the center's watch in a state where there are floods,
सत्ताधारी पक्षाचे आमदार पळवून नेलेले आहेत आणि त्यांच्यावर पैसे उडवत आहेत. ही मला लाजेची गोष्ट वाटते.
The ruling party has in fact kidnapped MLAs from another ruling party and is shamelessly spending money on them.
जर्मनी सारखं नाझिझम चाललेलं आपल्या देशामध्ये हा विचार आपल्याला करण्याची गरज आता आलेली आहे. तुम्ही विचार करताय की नाही मला माहित नाही.
This is narcissism.
पण विचार हा करण्याची गरज आलेली आणि आज पण मी इथून सांगत आहे.
Think about it.
आमदार आहेत त्यांना नाही पण जे
But it's the time to think about it.
पहिल्यांदा जिंकून आलेले आमदार आहेत त्यांना सांगतोय मी, कारण मी पण जो जिंकून आलोय तो माझ्या चेहऱ्यामुळे नाही, माझ्या ओळखीमुळे नाही. माझी ओळख ही शिवसेना आहे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, उद्धव ठाकरे आहेत.
My identity is Shiv Sena, Hindu Hriday Samrat Balasaheb Thackeray. I am a first-time MLA.
आज राजीनामे द्या आणि समोर या, निवडणूक लढा आमच्या समोर. प्रत्येकाला पाडल्याशिवाय मी राहणार नाही हे तुम्हाला
You have the guts to call yourself Shiv Sainik. Resign and come. Fight the elections in front of me if you have the guts.
मला काल काही एका मित्राचा फोन आला. त्यांनी सांगितलं आदित्य तुम्हाला तर लढा द्यायचा आहे. मी बोललो बरोबर आहे. गद्दार आमदार कधी ना कधीतरी महाराष्ट्रात येणार. मी बोललो बरोबर आहे. नाही
I got a call from a friend yesterday. He said, Aditya, you'll have to fight now.
मी बोललो ठोकरे नाही, ठोकरेपेक्षा ठाकरे हे खूप पॉवरफुल आहे.
He said, why don't you change your surname for a few days to Thackeray? I said, not Thackeray. Thackeray is much more powerful.
एअरपोर्ट वरनं
Protests will happen someday. Before that.
एक एअरपोर्टचं गेट तुमच्याकडे आहे.
Where does the road lead from the airport?
दांडीगुल कशी करायची तुम्हाला माहिती आहे.
One airport gate is with you. That's why you keep playing cricket.
CRPF लावतील, कदाचित आर्मी लावतील, कदाचित वरतून हेलिकॉप्टर आणतील, रणगाड्या आणतील.
Every Shiv Sainik will stand and watch. Maybe they'll put CRPF, army on the ground.
समोर बसा. उद्धव साहेबांच्या पण समोर नाही, माझ्या समोर बसा, पोतनी साहेबांच्या समोर बसा.
My one challenge to the rebels is come to the house, sit in front of me.
ह्याच्याहून पुढे जातो मी. आम्ही काही करणार नाही. हाताची घडी, ओठावर बोट, पण डोळ्यात डोळे घालून बघणार आहे आणि मी बोलणार आहे काय कमी केलं तुम्हाला सांगा, तुम्ही कोणाच्या नावावर जिंकून आलात ते.
I'll look you in the eye and ask you in whose name did you win the elections.
नाराजी काय असते ती बघून घ्यायची. आमदार झाल्यानंतर कोणालाही मी अजूनही तुम्हाला सांगतो, प्रत्येकाचा लेखाजोखा घ्या तुम्ही. जे आता सांगतायत ना की ह्या युतीमध्ये आम्हाला कमी फंड मिळाले, ह्या युतीमध्ये आमची गळचेपी होती, ती हेच आमदार जे होते. एकांचा तर परत व्हिडिओ ज्यांचे नेते
Check on everyone who's saying that
ते पण माहिती
we suffered in this alliance.
आता तिथे गळचेपी व्हायची, आता इथे गळचेपी होते. म्हणजे ज्याला महत्वाकांक्षी एवढे राक्षसी आहेत त्यांना गळचेपी कुठे येऊ शकते. पण पोतनी साहेब तुम्ही पण आमदार राहिलेला आहात वर्षानुवर्ष. मला वाटतं विनायकराज साहेब आपण पण विधान परिषदेत होतात. ते दिवसांचे तुम्ही मला फंड सांगा की 15 वर्षात किती फंड मिळायचा आणि आता मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव साहेब झाल्यानंतर किती फंड मिळाले. अमाप पैसा मिळाला आहे प्रत्येक मतदारसंघामध्ये.
You are veteran
पैसा तुम्हाला मंत्र्यांच्या खात्यातून येतो.
Tell me how much funds did you get 15 years ago and how much do you get from the Chief Minister now?
लोकांच्या कामासाठी आपण जनतेचा पैसा देत असतो.
The funds that we give, we are not doing anyone a favor. This is public money. It is for public work.
प्रश्न असतो आणि प्रयत्न असतो. हा प्रयत्न असतो.
This is the question of serving the people and getting their work done.
प्रसंग वेगळे वेगळे येत असतात. कधी ईडीची फाईल असेल, अजून काय काय असेल. 2-4 लोकांनी फोन करून सांगितलं की आम्ही लाचार झालो, आम्हाला काही पर्याय नव्हता, आता आम्ही तुमचेच आहोत. मुलं आता तुमचेच आहोत म्हणजे तिथे जाऊन काय बोलणार. पण दुःख काही गोष्टींचं मला अजूनही वाटतं, कारण अजूनही मला विश्वास बसत नाही की प्रकाश सुर्वेसारखा माणूस तिथे गेला असेल. पोतनी साहेब तो माझ्या ऑफिसमध्ये रोज बसायचा. प्रत्येक काम त्यांचं मी केलेलं आहे. रस्त्याचं काम असेल, फुटपाथचं काम असेल, काम असेल, फॉरेस्ट काम असेल, थेट मला
He sat in my office every day. I've done every work for him. Be it roads, be it forests, whatever.
प्रत्येक ठिकाणी उद्घाटन करून आलेलो आहे. दिलीप मामा लांडे असेल, परवाकडे तर तो ते हातात हात.
I didn't do any sort of unfinished job for him.
नाही पण परवा माझ्या हातात हात घेऊन रडलेला माणूस जाऊ कसं शकतो.
The other day, someone went with me into Varsha and cried, how is that man in fact
100 लोकांना चावे वाटप करायचं होतं. म्हणलं लांडे मामा 2 दिवस थांबा, आपण ते काम पूर्ण करून देऊ. मिठी नदीचं काम असेल, कित्येक काम. भुमरे
I told Lande, just give me 2 days, I'll get your job done.
मंत्री झाले. 5 टर्म
Sandeep and Bhumre, do you know how he became an MLA? A minister.
त्यांच्या मतदारसंघात गेलो आणि आज
5 terms he was an MLA.
प्रसंग आठवावा, सांगावा मला की मी खोटं बोलतोय. जेव्हा मी तिथे गेलो,
when I went to his assembly segment, if he's listening to me today, he should listen to me and tell me if I'm
आणि समोरून एक
misleading.
मला सांगितलं की साहेब भुमरे साहेबांना 5 टर्म झाले, आता त्यांना मंत्री बनवा. मी बोललो चला डन, मी साहेबांना जाऊन सांगतो की मंत्री बनवतो. मग दुसरे मला बोलले की पण राज्यमंत्री नाही, कॅबिनेट. मी बोललो ठीक आहे डन, मी
A farmer came and said make him minister, and I said done, he'll be made a minister.
उठले ते बोलले पण खात्याचं बोलू नका, ते मुख्यमंत्री महोदय ठरवतील. पण अशी ही लोक ज्यांच्यासाठी उद्धव साहेबांनी पण सांगितलं चला हे 5 टर्म जिंकून आले त्यांना आपण काम देऊ. बरं,
these are the kind of people.
आता हे हिंदुत्वाचे पोस्ट टाकायला लागले. 2.5 वर्षात हिंदुत्वाचा चकार शब्द काढला नव्हता, काढला नव्हता त्यांनी. प्रत्येक वेळी माझ्या समोर याचे कॅबिनेटमध्ये दादा मला काही पैसे.
Now they are talking about Hindutva. For the last 2.5 years, they didn't even say the H of Hindutva.
थोडा आढावा घेत होतो की
They just keep talking about Dada, get this work done, give me the funds.
जास्तीत जास्त फंड संदीपान भुमरेजींना दिलेले. म्हणजे मला धक्का ह्या गोष्टीचा वाटलेला आहे की हक्काची लोक जी हक्काने आम्हाला सांगायची की हे काम करा ते काम करा.
I gave maximum forest funds to Sandeepan Bhumre. I still can't believe it.
लोकांना आपण केलेलं आहे आणि हे कुठेही उपकार म्हणून नाही.
Ashish Jaswal, Shirsat,
मला उद्धव साहेबांनी नेहमी सांगितलं
the kind of work we did for them, but we didn't do them any favor.
शिवसैनिक आपला असतो आणि असं आम्ही काम करत असतो.
I was told, Aditya, Shiv Sainik is not my man, your man.
पुन्हा एकदा स्पष्ट सांगतो की काही लोकांना वाटतं की चिन्ह त्यांच्याकडे जाणार, चिन्ह जाणार नाही. धनुष्य.
I'm going to tell you this very clearly, that the symbol will go to you. No way, it's not going to you. The bow and arrow stays with us.
हे आपलंच राहणार. आणि तिसरी गोष्ट,
Shiv Sena party and the love for the party stays with us.
हे खोटं बोलतायत. तुम्ही कुठच्याही वकिलाला जाऊन विचारा माझं तुमचं.
You think you can make some sort of a faction? They're lying. Please go check with lawyers. I'm challenging them. They have only 2 options. Either join Prahar Janshakti Party or join BJP.
होणार म्हणजे होणारच आणि प्रत्येक मतदारसंघात मी जाऊन पाडणारच.
They are going to get disqualified either today or tomorrow. They're getting disqualified. Be certain of it.
तुम्ही देणार का? ताकद कोणाची? हे आपल्याला दाखवून द्यायचं. चला मी पुन्हा एकदा तुमच्या सोबतीने आणि साथीने त्यांना चॅलेंज देतोय. खरोखर हिम्मत असेल ना, आज राजीनामे द्या आणि निवडणुकीला सामोर या. आम्ही तुमच्या समोर उभे राहतो आणि प्रत्येकाला पाडतो. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, वंदे मातरम.
If you have the strength, resign now, face fresh polls, and I will contest you. We will contest you.
Right there, making that emphatic speech at the moment. There was lots of confidence right there. Paulami, you were translating Aaditya Thackeray throughout for our viewers as well. At the end, what he said is something that's going to resonate, saying that if you have really the courage, then go ahead, resign. There'll be fresh polls in the Shiv Sainik, which is the Uddhav camp, will come back. He's ready to fight and take them head on, Paulami.
Oh, absolutely. And this was something which was cited by Sanjay Raut as well when he spoke to the media today, Chetty, when he said that at least Narayan Rane had the guts and the courage to resign and then face us when he, in fact, broke away from the party and took several Shiv Sainiks with him. Narayan Rane's was a major blow that the Shiv Sena had, in fact, suffered. That is exactly what Aaditya Thackeray said, that, I will have some respect for you. In fact, if you resign and go into fresh polls, and we will face you. That is my challenge. Come back to Mumbai, face us over elections, and that is the only way to go forward. He, in fact, was absolutely confident it is a matter of days that they're going to get disqualified, and they have only 2 options, like he said, and we've been reporting about this as well from the Uddhav Thackeray camp. In fact, our sources were indicating towards this. Of course, it has been denied by the Eknath Shinde camp that the option to just have 2/3 MLAs, you don't just exist as an entity. What is this entity then? You can't simply become another party. You can't become another party. All what you have to do is merge into another party. What are your options? 1, merge into the BJP. Perception-wise, huge blow for a Shiv Sainik to merge into the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is something that is not going to go down well with your core vote bank and the people on the ground, the Shiv Sainik on the ground. Your second option is what? another party. Which is the other party with you? The Prahar Janshakti Party. Prahar Janshakti Party is a registered party, is a registered party which is not recognized. Prahar Janshakti Party is led by Bachchu Kadu. Bachchu Kadu is in fact inside Radisson Hotel right now. We've been counting him and his other MLA. There are 2 MLAs. We've been counting them in the figure of 9 independents, Chaiti. So that is the only other party that you can possibly merge into a huge humiliating possibility for the Eknath Shinde camp. Though this question was asked to Deepak Kesarkar yesterday, Rebel MLA, when he addressed a press conference over video link, and he categorically said, no, we are not going to merge into any party. There is no question of it. But then legally, how are you going to proceed with this? So the Sena camp is very confident that simply on technical terms and simply on legality, Chaiti, they are on a very strong wicket.
Absolutely, and technicality and legality wise on a very, very strong wicket. But Polemy, there's also another angle that the governor has gotten discharged today. Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. What are you picking? All right, Dev is joining us now. Dev, Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has gotten discharged today. Do you think that there is some sort of a recommendation that will go out that could perhaps avoid an urgent floor test and a precedent, a possibility of a precedence rule coming in Maharashtra due to the law and order situation? What are you picking up on that front? Dev, can you hear me?
Yes, Chaiti, I can. Well, to answer that question of yours, which is why in order to potentially also avoid a law and order situation, the Mumbai police was put on a high alert. Also, we know that several leaders whose families were being threatened earlier, or a potential threat that was there, CRPF has been deployed outside their homes, apart from the fact that Mumbai police teams were already deployed out there in order to avoid a potential law and order problem. Also, we know since yesterday section 144 has been imposed, and also against any kind of group gatherings, all sorts of restrictions have been placed by the Mumbai police, because they know that this is a very politically sensitive time. It is very tense. Also, the cadres and the Shiv Sainiks are extremely angry. So before they go on a rampage, vandalizing public property or causing any kind of destruction, they don't even want to have that situation in the first place. So in order to avert that sort of danger, police presence has also been increased in a lot of pockets, mainly in Kalyan and in Thane, which happen to be strongholds of Eknath Shinde. So maximum group of supporters he generally gets is from that side. And also, what could be a potential problem is that two groups clashing against each other. One obviously remaining loyal to Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, and the other group which is loyal to Mr. Eknath Shinde. So the police said that in order to try and avoid that kind of a situation, they don't even remotely want that possibility happening. That is why several teams of
देश के लोगों ने सोचना जरूरी है, और इस देश में लोग
hearing in from Aaditya Thackeray
है, क्योंकि ये ऑक्शन जैसे लेके जा रहे हैं.
All right, that was a quick reaction coming in from Aaditya Thackeray, but there was a long speech also from Aaditya Thackeray that Polemy just translated as well. Polemy is with us. Polemy, Aaditya Thackeray claims that 16 MLAs are still in touch with them. Can that number be higher? What are you picking up in terms of murmurs, in terms of what's going on inside the Radisson Blu Hotel at the moment? Because look at this delay. This delay only proves how Eknath Shinde camp is completely not very confident. They've extended their stay also by 2 days right there. And Aditya now claiming that 16 of them are in touch with them already.
That's right. Both Sanjay Raut and Aaditya now have been claiming, of course, that Shiv Sena MLAs who are in fact holed up inside Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, some of them are in touch with the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction and leaders who belong to that faction. Now, that is not an impossibility. That is happening definitely. But how much are they going to be able to convince them to break ranks with the Shinde camp and go back to Mumbai? That is going to be the acid test, really. You can keep having conversations. Mrs. Rashmi Thackeray is also speaking to the families of some of these MLAs, the wives, the spouses as well, in order to have them communicate with their husbands that, this is what Uddhav Sahab's message is, and, please come back and we will, of course, address all your grievances, etc. How much that actually materializes in them breaking ranks with the Shinde camp and going back to Mumbai is going to be the moot point eventually, Chaiti. But yes, the fact that there has been some amount of delay and they're pushing it is because, like I said, and we've been discussing, this is all boiling down to a legal battle. It is about technicalities. It is about how you read the anti-defection law, the 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Both sides have their own nuanced interpretation of it. Both sides are seeking top legal advice. We believe that Mr. Pawar, who is in fact going to be en route shortly in moments from now from Mumbai to Delhi, is going to see some of those top lawyers as well. And they're, of course, consulting top lawyers as well in order to move forward.
This only indicates that this is not going to be very easy. This is not going to be easy. Eknath Shinde cannot just break away, form his own faction, get those MLAs and then, turn around and form a government and claim also themselves to be the real Shiv Sena of the Bala Sahib Thackeray as well. Dev Kotak also joins us. Dev, increasingly this is looking, all right, Dev is not with us. Polemy still continues to be with us. Polemy, increasingly this is looking difficult for the Shinde camp. I'm not saying it's impossible for either options, but increasingly, just like the way we were feeling earlier that this might just be imminent, the fall of the government, increasingly it looks difficult. Already you have got 16 MLAs in touch. The number possibly could even be higher than 16.
Well, the number could vary. It could be lower than that. These are claims that are being made, Chaiti. This is Aaditya Thackeray claiming that he's in touch with 16 MLAs. We don't know if he's indeed in touch with 16 MLAs or it's lesser or it's higher. If it was higher, obviously he would be claiming a higher number. There's no way of verifying the same, but what we can, of course, authenticate is that they're definitely in touch with MLAs who are inside Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Remember that, we've been discussing, Chaiti, this battle is being fought on several fronts. There is, of course, the perception battle, which is why those fiery speeches, those emotional speeches that are being made by Uddhav Thackeray, Aaditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, combative as ever, all of that. Then, of course, there is the legal battle, the battle in the courtroom, which is also going to play out very, very soon. Come Monday, expect that it is going to reach some courtroom or the other. There's the battle in the Deputy Speaker's office as well. Then, of course, Governor House, Raj Bhavan, Bhagat Singh Koshari, Governor, is now back in Raj Bhavan. He has, of course, said that he needs a couple of days rest before, of course, he will be, welcoming visitors to the Raj Bhavan. So in a couple of days, you're going to see, over the next week, I anticipate, Chaiti, you're going to see a lot of movement.
Also see what is the recommendation coming in from the governor as well. He's just gotten discharged, as you rightly mentioned. I'm being told that you need to leave and go to our sister channel as well. So we're going to let you go for the moment, Polemy. Dev Kotak continues to be with us on this story. Dev, we also have Sharad Pawar, who's going to be making his way to Delhi in the next couple of hours from now. What is the meeting going to be all about? Is it just going to be seeking legal opinion with top lawyers? Is there more to it than meets the eye? Of course, there is all hands deck now on trying to save the Mahavikas Aghadi Sarkar, and it looks like there is a possibility it can be saved too. It's not imminent that this government will definitely fall.
Yes, like I've mentioned the fact earlier as well, that it is going to be a long-drawn legal and technical battle. Earlier, they had also given up hopes and almost believed the fact that that their government has been toppled over. But now that they have decided to take on this issue very aggressively and they want to fight it out. So come what may, even if the floor test happens, they will somehow have to be prepared to sort of reflect the numbers in a particular way that where they can show and prove that they do have the required numbers to form the government, so that they can save the MDA Sarkar from from getting replaced, if I may say so. So with Mr. Sharad Pawar,
उन्हें अब केंद्र से सीआरपीएफ की सुरक्षा मुहैया कराई गई है। हम फिलहाल दादर के जो विधायक है सदा सरवणकर, उनके घर में खड़े हैं और उनके बेटे जो कि यहाँ के पार्षद भी है समाधान सरवणकर, हम उनसे बातचीत करके जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर महाराष्ट्र में हो क्या रहा है। उससे पहले हम आपको दिखा दें उनके घर के बाहर ये जो सिक्योरिटी हमें दिखाई दे रही है, इस सिक्योरिटी को देखकर आपको पता लगेगा कि महाराष्ट्र में किस तरह से कानून व्यवस्था ताक पर है। यहाँ पर सीआरपीएफ के साथ मुंबई पुलिस भी है और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था यहाँ पर तैनात की गई है। लेकिन दादर के अलग अलग इलाकों में जबकि 149 सेक्शन लागू है, ठाणे मुंबई में रैलियां निकल रही है और धमकाया जा रहा है। समाधान हमारे साथ है, उनसे पूछेंगे। समाधान, क्या स्थिति है?
नहीं, यहाँ पे मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र में एक गुंडाशाही चल रही है। जो भी आज अभी 149 सेक्शन चालू है तो भी बाइक रैली निकल रही है, रास्ते पे जाके बोर्ड को काले लगाओ और ये सब चीजें चल रही है। और फैमिली को क्या घर के सामने जाके कुछ झंडा दिखाना और ये सब, मेरे ख्याल से शिवसैनिक ये जो करने वाले ये शिवसैनिक बाला साहब के तो शिवसैनिक है ही नहीं। कोई तो एक आके सुबह आता है, कुछ तो बकबक करता है और शिवसैनिक कुछ रहते हैं जिनको अभी जो पद की अपेक्षा है, ऐसे लोग हैं वो कुछ हमारे वरिष्ठों को कुछ दिखाना है, वो हिसाब से ये सब चल रहा है। गलत चीजें चल रही है, ये राजकारण है। अगर आप कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ जा सकते हो तो किसी और को बीजेपी के साथ जाना है, क्योंकि आपके सांसदों को बीजेपी के साथ जाना है, हिंदुत्व के साथ जाना है, तो उसके लिए आप उनको साथ देना चाहिए। आप कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी आपको चलेगी लेकिन आपके सांसद नहीं चलेंगे, ये गलत चीज है। और जो चल रहा है, जो पुलिस के आड़ में जो अभी ये सब चल रहा है वो गलत चल रहा है। और मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि ये चीजें अगर बढ़ती रही तो मुझे लगता है राष्ट्रपति शासन यहाँ पे लगने ही वाला है, क्योंकि ये गुंडागिरी और ये सब हम लोग भी है, हम लोग शिवसेना से ही है, गुंडागिरी हम लोग भी कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आजकल लोगों को वो नहीं चाहिए, लोगों को जिसकी स्वतंत्र है। आपको लगा आप कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ जाना चाहते हो, जा सकते हो। बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट के आरोपी नवाब मलिक, उसके साथ सत्ता में बैठ सकते हो, लेकिन कुछ हमको अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। हमें लग रहा है कि हिंदुत्व के साथ जाना चाहिए, तो हिंदुत्व के साथ हम लोग सब है।
मुझे बताइए, आज सामना कार्यालय के सामने वहाँ पर एक शाखा है जहाँ पर आप खुद बैठते हैं, एक बहुत बड़ी बाइक रैली भी निकाली गई थी।
वहाँ पे बड़ी मेरे को नहीं लगता विशाल रैली थी, लेकिन वहाँ पे 30 या 40 बाइक ही थी। अगर उनको चाहिए रहता, मैं अभी भी शिवसेना में हूँ तो और 200 बाइक मैं खुद दे सकता था वहाँ पे। अगर उनको चाहिए रहता था तो वो मुझे कांटेक्ट करते थे, मैं बाइक भी देता था, वहाँ पे लड़के भी देता था। ये किधर से 30 कुछ बाइक लेके आए, वो विशाल रैली करके वो लोग बोल रहे हैं। तो वो रैली देख के ही सब लोग हंस रहे थे कि उसके पहले भी हम लोग ने वहाँ पे रैली निकाली है, 500,000 बाइक की रैली वहां से निकाली है सामना प्रेस से, हमने विभाग में रैली निकाली है। तो ये निकालने वाले मेरे ख्याल से आज कुछ कोई लोग हीरो बनने को आते हैं, लेकिन कुछ काम के नहीं, यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। लोगों को जो चाहिए, लोग आज हिंदुत्व के साथ हैं और हम सब हिंदुत्व के साथ ही रहने वाले हैं।
शिवसैनिक कहीं ना कहीं भावनिक होता है और जब इस तरह की चीजें होती है तब वो रास्ते पर उतरता है। आपको लगता है उन्हें कहीं ना कहीं प्रोवोक किया जा रहा है, कुछ लोग जानबूझकर उन्हें प्रोवोक कर रहे हैं?
जरूरी, बहुत से शिवसैनिक जो है वो अभी तक रास्ते पे नहीं उतरे या रास्ते पे उतरना भी नहीं चाहते। वो 2.5 साल से जो कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी के साथ है हम लोग, उनको वो बर्दाश्त नहीं हो रहा था। ऐसे बहुत शिवसैनिक है कि वो घर पे बैठे हैं, उनको नहीं, और उनको अभी अच्छा लग रहा है कि हम हिंदुत्व के साथ जा रहे हैं और उनको हिंदुत्व के साथ ही जाना है। तो इसके लिए अभी जो निकले हैं रास्ते पे, ये सिर्फ भड़काने के लिए निकले हैं, बाकी कुछ काम के लिए नहीं। सिर्फ सत्ता है, पुलिस केस नहीं ले रही है, इसके लिए घूम रहे हैं।
कुछ नेता ऐसा है जो बता रहे हैं कि अभी भी शिवसैनिक अपने ताबे में है, अपना ताबा नहीं खो रहे, कंट्रोल में है। वो अगर उतरेंगे तो आगजनी होगी महाराष्ट्र में।
वो नेता पहले लोगों में से चुन के आए। आप राज्यसभा के सांसद हो, मतलब राज्यसभा में जाते हो, कभी कोई चुनाव लड़ते नहीं और सिर्फ आके टीवी पे बकबक। शिवसेना की आज की हालत है, उसके सर्वस्व जवाबदार वो है उद्धव साहब, आदित्य साहब।
संजय राउत की बात कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, जो है आपको सबको मालूम है, चुन के आना पड़ता है। चुन के आओगे तब आपको समझेगा कि लोगों की भावना क्या है। उसके लिए आपको पहले चुन के आना पड़ेगा। सिर्फ बकबक करके कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। उद्धव साहब होने दो, आदित्य साहब होने दो, जो भी है वो शिवसैनिकों के साथ रहते हैं, बराबर है। लेकिन ये जो आदमी या ये जो है, ये सिर्फ भड़काने का काम कर रहे हैं, शिवसेना खत्म करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
कहीं ना कहीं खुद उद्धव जी ठाकरे है, वो अपने आप को कुटुंब प्रमुख कहलाते हैं, लेकिन जब अपने विधायकों के, जो कि बागी हो गए अब, लेकिन उनके परिवार पर जब इस तरह से धमकाया जाता है, इस तरह सुरक्षा बढ़ानी पड़ती है, आपको लगता है उन्हें ये सब बातें सही लग रही होगी?
मुझे नहीं लगता उद्धव साहब को ये सब बातें सही लगी होंगी। वो कुटुंब प्रमुख सिर्फ शिवसेना के नहीं, अभी महाराष्ट्र के भी है, क्योंकि वो मुख्यमंत्री है। और ये सब चीजें हो रही है, मुझे लगता तो नहीं है कि उद्धव साहब इसको सपोर्ट करेंगे, लेकिन हो रहा है तो उनके नेतृत्व में हो रहा है। तो उनके लिए कुटुंब तक जाने, किसी के फैमिली के ऊपर जाना, क्योंकि आज ठीक है एक की सत्ता है, उधर दूसरे की सत्ता आ जाएगी, उस दूसरे का प्रोटेक्शन निकाल लेंगे। तो ये सब चीजें चलती रहेगी। और ये जो गलत जो महाराष्ट्र में ये पायंडा जो इन्होंने अभी चालू किया है कि अगर सत्ता परिवर्तन हो गया तो हम इसके प्रोटेक्शन निकालेंगे, उसका प्रोटेक्शन निकालेंगे, हर एक की बारी आती है। मुझे लगता है उद्धव जी रहेंगे, उद्धव साहब रहेंगे, आदित्य साहब रहेंगे, उन्होंने ये बारे में सोचना चाहिए कि ये एक आदमी जो है वो एक तो पहले तो आप बोल रहे हो आपके सांसदों को वापस आ जाओ, एक साइड से आप उनसे बात कर रहे हो, दूसरी बाजू में आप उनको भड़का रहे हो, उनके फैमिली को अटैक करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। कैसे? ये तो एक दूसरे में और डिस्टेंस बढ़ रहा है। मतलब हम लोग को भी अभी ऐसे लगने लगा कि यार शिवसेना में इतने साल हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, ये क्या चीजें हो रही है। हम लोग ने कभी किसी के घर पे हमला नहीं किया, क्या किसी के घर वालों को धमकाया नहीं। हर एक की फैमिली है, हर एक सांसद जो गए हैं जो इधर है हर एक की फैमिली है। तो ये एक नया पायंडा यहाँ पे चालू हो रहा है, तो ये उद्धव साहब ने यहाँ पे ध्यान देके वो ये करना चाहिए। लेकिन उत्तर तो सभी दे सकते हैं, हम लोग भी दे सकते हैं उसके लिए।
बिल्कुल, तो ये थे समाधान सरवणकर कह रहे हैं, जवाब तो वो भी दे सकते हैं और काफी व्यथित दिख रहे हैं। हालांकि शिवसेना से काफी सालों से जुड़े हुए हैं और वो दादर के शिव सैनिक है जहां पर सेना भवन ने अपनी नींव रखी है, जहां से शिवसेना, ये जो शिवाजी पार्क सामने दिखाई दे रहा है जहां से शुरुआत हुई है शिवसेना की, उसी शिवाजी पार्क में वो रहते हैं और यहीं पर वो काम करते आ रहे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन किरण सकपाल के साथ मैं ऋत्विक भालेकर, मुंबई, आज तक।
All right, let's bring you the latest updates related to the political crisis now. The Maharashtra government has been slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now sources are saying that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons and is now seeking legal advice. Sources have said Center has provided Y+ category security to 15 rebel MLAs. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in the court now. They said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now the change by Uddhav is illegal, and for that he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of the MLAs who are with Uddhav. In a big India Today scoop, sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret midnight meeting in Vadodara to discuss possible government formation in Maharashtra. And now, as the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. Uddhav Sena as well has responded with protests. Anti-Shinde slogans were raised outside Samna's office. Shiv Sena leader Aaditya Thackeray came down heavily on Eknath Shinde clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are in touch with Shiv Sena. Well, a lot of these twists and turns and top developments. The story is very fast moving. Viewers, this Maharashtra political crisis is our top focus, but don't go anywhere. The other big story we're tracking, we'll bring you that in just about a bit. Rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Germany. Meeting scheduled with over 12 world leaders with focus on global economy. Details in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
After landing in Germany for the G7 summit, Prime Minister Modi interacted with the children of Indian diaspora at Munich Hotel, where he will be staying during his visit. He's received a warm welcome. He's reached the hotel. Streets of Germany have echoed with Modi, Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Prime Minister will be holding meetings with 12 world leaders during his visit and will have 15 engagements. During the meeting, G7 leaders are expected to focus on the Ukraine crisis that has triggered geopolitical turmoil, besides fueling a global food and energy crisis. Official sources said Modi will have multiple bilateral meetings in addition to attending G7. The Prime Minister is going to be meeting members of Indian diaspora from across Europe during the two-day visit. He is attending G7 summit following an invitation by the German Chancellor. After attending G7 summit in Germany, the Prime Minister is going to be travelling to UAE on 28th of this month. All right, it's time now for a very short commercial break here on India Today. But when we return, we're getting you the entire political drama from Maharashtra, all the turmoil, all the twists and all the turns and all the possibilities as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching. You are watching India Today.
Maharashtra political drama has entered day 6 of the turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena are defiant. The Shinde camp has extended stay in Guwahati for 2 more days, and that's more trouble coming in for the Shinde Sena, actually, more than the Mahavikas Aghadi. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them. Sources say Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change by Uddhav Thackeray illegal. As for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. Amidst the political crisis, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has launched an all-out attack on Eknath Shinde, dared him to come to Mumbai too. While attacking Eknath and rebel MLAs, Raut said, make a party after your party's name. Seek vote after your father's name. This comes after rebel Shinde reached out to Shiv Sena workers, and in an outreach, Shinde said that he's fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva and that he wants to free Sena of Mahavikas Aghadi.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं बसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Today speaks exclusively to Aaditya Thackeray over the growing vandalism incidents in Maharashtra. He said that rebel camp is intimidated by the power of Shiv Sena. Listen in.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप में बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर। आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
Right, let's now cut across straight to my colleague Paulami Saha, who's right outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, tracking every minute detail of this story. Paulami, what is the sense that you're picking up from Guwahati at this point of time? And take it away.
Right, thank you, Chaiti. Obviously, it is turning out to be quite the potboiler here in Maharashtra as well as in Assam. And obviously, the developments, the very secret, confidential developments that we saw just a couple of nights ago in Gujarat. We are, of course, tracking all of those developments. But here are the top developments that we've seen over the past couple of hours as far as this potboiler is concerned. The first of those, Maharashtra government slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now, sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons and is seeking legal advice. Sources also said that the centre has provided Y+ category security till 15 rebel MLAs. Up next, the Shinde camp is likely to drag, in fact, group leader appointment matter in court. They said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now, the change by Uddhav Thackeray is illegal, and for that, he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. That's 2/3 of the legislative party. On the very same ground, they may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. In a big India Today scoop, sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara 2 nights ago to discuss the possible government formation in Maharashtra. As the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have hit the streets. Uddhav Sena too responded with protests. Anti-Shinde slogans were raised outside Samna's office. Shiv Sena leader Aaditya Thackeray came down heavily on Eknath Shinde clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are in touch with Shiv Sena. Protesters from both sides, supporters from both sides have hit the streets across Maharashtra over the past couple of days. The Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena facing off on the streets of Maharashtra as they take out rallies in various parts of the state. In fact, following the threats of violence and vandalism against rebel MLAs on Saturday, the supporters of both Uddhav and Shinde took out massive rallies today. Sena workers also held a bike rally from the Sena office in Mumbai, raising anti-Shinde slogans. Shiv Sena's Delhi unit, in fact, took out a protest march at Jantar Mantar in Delhi in support of Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde supporters, on the other hand, gathered outside Eknath Shinde's Thane residence in a show of support. Heavy police security forces deployed at the offices of Eknath Shinde and his son MP Shrikant Shinde's offices in Kalyan and Ulhasnagar. Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized just in front of the police station in Ulhasnagar. Supporters of rebel Shiv Sena MLA Abdul Sattar gathered outside his office at Sillod constituency in Aurangabad district. Listen in to some of these supporters of both camps.
लगातार जो यहाँ से मुंबई से सूरत गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी गए, उनको चार्टर प्लेन मुहैया करवाया गया। वहाँ असम जो इस समय बाढ़ग्रस्त है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री को बाढ़ पीड़ितों की मदद करनी चाहिए। वह वहाँ पर जो है गद्दार विधायक, जो बागी विधायकों की मेहमान नवाजी की जा रही है। इस तमाम प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, खेल के अंदर जो करोड़ों रुपए का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसकी जांच की जानी चाहिए। और इसके साथ ही मैं नसीहत देता हूं कि तमाम जो बागी विधायक हैं वो गद्दारी शिवसेना के अंदर ना करें, वापस लौटे।
In fact, viewers, the Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena tussle has turned ugly as violence has broken out in parts of Maharashtra as we speak. Both protesters hitting the streets across the state in order to register their support for both factions. Watch this report to find out what exactly has been happening on the ground.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे। ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए।
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में हैं, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए। लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राई है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो। तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है। वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athawale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now I'm joined by my colleague Dev Kotak, who is in fact live from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence in South Mumbai. Dev, I'll come across to you right now. The question about Devendra Fadnavis next, but the first question is about the report that we just saw right now about the Eknath Shinde camp and the Uddhav Thackeray camp in fact clashing on the roads and the streets of Maharashtra. What is the situation on the ground right now? Because we've seen violence break out over the past few days with vandalism across some of the offices that were in fact that belonged to the rebel MLAs that have joined ranks with Eknath Shinde. What's the situation on the ground across the state, Dev?
See, firstly, let us try and put things into perspective, because we know that Section 144 and prohibitory orders both were issued. So, in that case, I don't know why to make that exception for Shiv Senics. Of course, are they not a part of the law and order of this city? They are very much a part of that. So why make that separate exception when rules are issued? They are uniform for all. So why should they be given any kind of special treatment? So when it was clearly specified and stated that large groups, gathering must be avoided at all costs, why were these Senics mobilized, the party cadres? So the police is, responsible, and they should be answering this question in terms of why they gave the preferential treatment. Also, this is the biggest fear that was there right at the start. The police had issued prohibitory orders, and also they were pretty certain that supporters of both the groups and both the supporting camps, one of Eknath Shinde and one from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, these are all Senics only, mind you, but just because of difference of opinion and also over the disloyalty part which Eknath Shinde has been accused of, along with several other MLAs who are camped in Guwahati, they resorted to that. So, thankfully the police managed to contain the violence, and it did not spiral out of hand or go out of control in any sense. However, there were certain parts of Maharashtra where we had heard that offices were vandalized and public property was torched, but thankfully that was not the case in Mumbai. So before the violence that could break out, the police out there who were present managed to contain it in a time-bound manner. Of course, there has been an additional deployment, not just of officers from the Mumbai police force, but also the QRT, Quick Response Team, and the RAF, Rapid Action Force, and also the Riot Control Police. Besides that, several columns of the State Reserve Police Force have also been deployed. In fact, they were on standby given the fact that the past few days have been a pot boiler, and they had anticipated something like this. So in fact, Mumbai Police's senior officials also 2 to 3 days back, they had held a meeting in terms of deciding how to contain these people in case, in a worst case scenario, something breaks out and some unruly people go out of hand. So so these are the kind of updates and
but
developments.
The question mark is on the police administration. They've on the ground. It is about them and them having to maintain a law and order. How did so many Shiv Sainiks in fact mobilize and orchestrate this sort of vandalism across parts of Maharashtra? That still remains the question, and those question marks will remain. But Dev, of course, is reporting, interestingly, from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence in Mumbai. Now, the big story that India Today broke yesterday is about a very secret meeting that took place between the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and, in fact, rebel faction leader Eknath Shinde. A secret rendezvous in Vadodara, if you may, where Devendra Fadnavis flew in the middle of the night out of Mumbai via Indore to Vadodara, and they possibly met at about 2:30 a.m. when Eknath Shinde took off from Guwahati for Vadodara, landed there. They met at about 2:30 a.m. and that meeting concluded around 3 a.m. Here's that mega scoop that India Today has in fact brought out. Here are the details.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, महाशक्ति है, यानी अख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore, and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night, without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Paulami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, there's a full-blown war that has, in fact, broken out in Maharashtra over Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy. This between the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has now warned anyone against using Balasaheb Thackeray's name, especially after reports emerged that the Eknath Shinde-led rebel camp wanted to name their group after Balasaheb, calling it Shiv Sena Balasaheb. Uddhav Thackeray has said that anyone that wants to use Balasaheb's name should not do so because they should be using their own father's name and not his father's. Here's the full report.
Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war is now personal. The fight is for Bal Thackeray's name and legacy. At the Shiv Sena executive meet, Uddhav had a clear message for Eknath Shinde and the rebels.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काळा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे. माझा फोटो लावूच नका. पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
The message from Shiv Sena is clear. Uddhav Thackeray is only inheritor of Balasaheb's legacy. The party is also going to move the election commission to stop the Shinde faction from misusing Balasaheb's name.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं। आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते।
The Sena roar has been triggered after India Today's exclusive political news break. India Today was the first to report that Shinde and the rebels are going to form a separate faction and will name it Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar claimed that Shinde had sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker seeking recognition as a separate party.
हम लोग अभी भी शिवसेना में हैं, जो एक मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग फैली जा रही है कि हम लोगों ने शिवसेना छोड़ी है, ऐसी कोई भी बात नहीं है। हम सिर्फ अपना गट अलग कर रहे हैं और जो बाला साहब की विचारधारा है कि हम किस दिशा में जाना चाहते हैं, इसके बारे में हमने हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख जी को बार-बार विनती की थी।
Dropping a massive hint, Rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar also asserted that Rebel camp has only two options now, either to support the NCP or join hands with the BJP.
आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहिब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में। तो या तो नहीं है, हो सकती है या आपकी कोई और, ये नहीं है। अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है। वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे। आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है। जो भी प्रोविजंस हो गए कायदे की, उसकी हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे।
This comes after Maharashtra Deputy Speaker rejected the no confidence motion moved against him by the Shinde camp. 16 rebels have also been served disqualification notices. They have been asked to respond by June 27th, 5 p.m. Uddhav has declared he's the rightful heir of Bala Sahib's legacy, but Shinde remains defiant.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी।
The real question remains unanswered. Who is the real Shiv Sena? Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, viewers, we're getting to you some breaking news that's coming in right now. One more Shiv Sena MLA is en route to Guwahati as we speak from Surat. MLA Uday Samant has boarded the flight from Surat. He is already travelling on a Falcon 2000 charter from Surat to Guwahati. Uday Samant is MLA from Ratnagiri constituency. It had been anticipated for a while that Uday Samant could be breaking ranks with the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. His name was doing the rounds for a while. He is a cabinet minister, in fact, in the government of Uddhav Thackeray. This, in fact, takes the tally of ministers who've joined Uddhav Thackeray, who've joined, in fact, Eknath Shinde to 8 ministers. 8 ministers have broken ranks with Uddhav Thackeray to join Eknath Shinde. Uday Samant is the latest who's flying from Surat to Guwahati right now. My colleague Munish Pandey is on the phone line with me right now. Munish, a big blow for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. While they are, of course, all bravado and combative right now, the fact is that their ranks are still breaking and the ranks of Eknath Shinde is still getting stronger, Munish.
Absolutely, Paulami, and this is a major setback for the Uddhav Thackeray camp because not only one more MLA but one more minister has gone to Surat from Mumbai, and now as we speak he's travelling in a chartered plane and he will be reaching Guwahati in a while and joining the Eknath Shinde camp. Now as far as this entire rebel camp is concerned, their numbers are going to be, it will be increasing. This is good news for Eknath Shinde but a major setback for Uddhav Thackeray camp. along with Uday Samant, there are 3 more people, his peers and those who are associated with Uday Samant, they are also reaching and joining Eknath Shinde camp. As far as the travel details are concerned, we also have the passenger manifest, the Falcon 2000 charter plane, which has been taken by Mr. Uday Samant at this point of time. And also we have been given to understand is that once they reach there, they will be formally joining Eknath Shinde camp. Now, what we do know at this point of time is that the numbers will not only increase by 40, but also the number of ministers. As of now, 7 ministers are already with Eknath Shinde camp. Now, the 8th minister, Uday Samant, will be joining Eknath Shinde camp very soon. Paul.
Munish, what is even more embarrassing right now is Uday Samant was seen in meetings over the previous few days with Uddhav Thackeray and Aaditya Thackeray. He's considered to be extremely close to Aaditya Thackeray. And now he's flying from Surat to Guwahati to join Eknath Shinde, which means there are more ministers in Eknath Shinde's camp right now than there are with Uddhav Thackeray, including Aaditya Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray has 3 ministers left with him. If Uday Samant lands here in a few hours from now, there will be 8 ministers with Eknath Shinde. Hugely embarrassing for the Thackeray's.
It is not only embarrassing, Paulami, but also we need to understand is that from last few days, Uddhav Thackeray, Aaditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut and other senior leaders of the Uddhav Thackeray camp, they are campaigning between the public, they are doing Facebook lives and all. But in the backdrop of what has happened just now, it seems that there is very low confidence on Uddhav Thackeray as far as the ministers and the rest of the MLAs are concerned. That is why what we saw that when Mr. Eknath Shinde was in Surat and when he flew to Guwahati, at that point of time the number of MLAs was just around 29 to 30. But at this point of time there are more than 40 MLAs and these at least 10 MLAs including the ministers, they have gone and joined Eknath Shinde camp after there was a confidence which was being portrayed and the perception was given that Uddhav Thackeray is taking the command. He is doing everything possible to make sure that this government stays intact. But there is indication, there is a perception that the confidence which was being shown by these ministers and MLAs in the initial days, that has taken a dent, that has taken a back seat at this point of time. Paulami.
Absolutely. This is a huge dent for the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Another minister, the Minister for Higher and Technical Education, Uday Samant, is on his way from Surat to Guwahati as we speak. He's boarded that private jet, which is in fact bringing him to Guwahati as we speak. So Manish, while there has been a lot of murmur and a lot of anticipation about the fact that maybe, the ranks with Eknath Shinde are possibly getting a little distressed, are possibly going to get a little restless with the passage of time, because this is going to turn out into a long legal battle. Maybe the ranks will break over here. What Eknath Shinde is continuing to manage to do is deal one blow after another, even after the combative stance, even after the emotions that have been expressed by Uddhav Thackeray, by Aaditya Thackeray over the past couple of days. Sanjay Raut, Anil Desai, Arvind Sawant, all of them. What is happening right now is a minister who was walking around with you during meetings, Uday Samant, is now flying today to Guwahati. Huge blow.
Yeah, absolutely, Paulami. And, not only these MLAs going from Mumbai to Surat and then joining Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, there is a perception among the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde that they are stronger at this point of time. Even in terms of law, one need to understand is that all Eknath Shinde needed and wanted was 2/3 of majority, that is 37 MLAs out of 55 MLAs. So in terms of law also, these MLAs understand the position of Uddhav Thackeray camp and Eknath Shinde camp, and in terms of law, Eknath Shinde camp is stronger at this point of time. Day before yesterday, he wrote a letter saying that he has 38 MLAs with him. There was signature of 38 MLAs. Then there were more MLAs who went to Guwahati and joined Eknath Shinde camp. So they understand that what playing at this point of time is that the game of numbers, and in the game of numbers, Eknath Shinde is much more stronger than Uddhav Thackeray camp, because now Uddhav Thackeray camp has even less than 15 MLAs, more than 40 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. So of course, those MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray, they are getting restless that if there is a possibility of Eknath Shinde camp taking over the Vidhan Mandal of Shiv Sena, then their future will be at stake. Whether they will stay with Uddhav Thackeray or not, that is going to be a big question, because one after other, the MLAs have not left Uddhav Thackeray, but the ministers also have left Uddhav Thackeray. Amid the indication being given by Uddhav Thackeray that he will try his best, there was indication from Sharad Pawar also, from Congress Party, that they are standing with Uddhav Thackeray, but seems the battle of perception and the battle of confidence is with, Eknath Shinde is winning that battle, not Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time. Parliament.
Okay, the battle of perception is definitely being won by Eknath Shinde. He's been here for as many days, but clearly his ranks are not breaking. His ranks are only swelling. If Uday Samant lands here in Guwahati in a couple of hours from now, that would take the tally of Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena MLAs, rebel MLAs, to 39. He's well past the 2/3 mark of the Legislative Assembly. Huge advantage as he goes into what it looks like a possible courtroom battle as well. Munish, stay on with us. I'm tossing it across to my colleague Nabila Jamal, who's joining us from the studio right now. Nabila, over to you.
Paulmi, thank you very much. For what we see in the latest, a big embarrassment and a letdown to Uddhav Thackeray, despite all those clarion calls made by Uddhav, his son Aaditya, it seems like one more Sena MLA likely to join the Shinde camp. Sena MLA Uday Samant all set to join the Shinde camp now. The Sena MLA Uday Samant is a close aide of Aaditya Thackeray. Remember, since last evening, Aaditya Thackeray has been carrying out a campaign trying to reach out to party workers, a public rally of sorts that he's conducting to touch base with the true cadre of the Shiv Sena, loyal to the Thackerays. He's been appealing to the rebel MLAs and also edging towards aggression. Time and again, we see Aaditya Thackeray aggressively saying and warning and challenging those rebel MLAs that if you don't come back to our camp or if you don't come back to Mumbai, then disqualification will be initiated against you. Then you'd see how the people of your own constituency will ensure your loss. He has also challenged the rebel MLAs, Aaditya Thackeray, at least over the last 24 hours, saying that if you really want to fight, come to Mumbai and fight. Fight face to face. Resign from your post, step down from your constituency and go for an election. And then we'll fight you, we'll face you. That's the real fight, not hiding away somewhere in another state with protection from the BJP. That's not called a true fight. That's Aaditya Thackeray. While he says that, unfortunately for him, another MLA, someone close to him, has pulled support off Uddhav Thackeray. Here's some more big news coming in. Maharashtra Governor Koshyari now, who's back in action post his COVID. He was being treated for COVID at the hospital. He's now back at the office. Maharashtra Governor Koshyari now writes to Mumbai Commissioner of Police as well as the DGP. The Maharashtra Governor says, and I quote, directed security for Shinde camp. This was expected. This comes just moments after the centre has decided to give Y+ security for most of the Shinde camp MLAs. Remember, we're looking at Shiv Sena Thackeray loyalists running amok in most parts of Mumbai. Many of the rebel MLAs, their offices have been vandalized. In fact, at this point, looking at the tense situation and considering that many of the rebellions who've gone against Uddhav Thackeray are not safe, here is Bhagat Singh Koshyari, the Maharashtra governor, who's just returned to office post-COVID-19. He writes to Mumbai Commissioner of Police as well as the DGP and directs security for the Shinde camp. Now, this was inevitable considering that Mumbai now, in many parts of the city, seeing protesters, mostly Shiv Senics who are loyal to the Thackerays, who have come out vandalizing property of many of the rebel MLAs, almost in a sense of threat or warning that if you do not come back to the Thackerays fold, then you see, we will ensure that you regret this. This is a warning that the Shiv Senics on ground are giving out indirectly by vandalizing property and indulging in violence of such nature. And what's surprising is that Uddhav Thackeray, who claims to be the Chief Minister up until now, has so far not directed his camp, his cadre, the Shiv Senics to stay calm, to stay away from violence. So far, there has been no strong direction. Section 144 implemented in most parts of Mumbai, unfortunately not imposed the way it should be. Here is the Maharashtra governor now stepping in, looking at the dilapidated law and order security situation within the state of Maharashtra and in Mumbai. Bhagat Singh Koshiyani now writes to the Chief Commissioner of Police as well as the DGP asking for security for the Shinde camp. Let me cut across to Vidya joining us live for more on that. Vidya, we're looking at Bhagat Singh Koshiyani back in action, and it's tragic that it's the governor now who's got to take a close look at the law and order situation in the city, Mumbai, as well as the state of Maharashtra. So far, despite Section 144, we didn't see adequate imposition of that prohibitory orders in most parts of Mumbai. Shiv Senics loyal to the Thackerays, they're running amok. At this point, looking at the safety and security of the Shinde camp, Koshiyani orders for security to be up for many of those rebels. But they're not coming to Mumbai anytime soon. So where does this direction go?
Well, you know, these are obviously just recommendations that he has given. Remember, it's not the governor's rule as yet. You know, Uddhav Thackeray is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And at this juncture, the government is being run by the Chief Minister led by Uddhav Thackeray and the MVA. So at this moment, you know, the Governor Koshiyani, what he has said is only a recommendatory part. Right now, he's not passing any orders. Because there's no governor's rules, yes, but it might, you know, trigger a question by, you know, by people in the government actually asking why is he intervening at this juncture when the government is still in its order. It's not, they have not resigned, they have not put in their papers, they are still in the position of holding the government of Maharashtra. So at this juncture, the government as yet is contemplating what it can do to save the face that it has right now with Uday Samant, another minister also leaving, with now barely, you know, skeleton remains of the entire cabinet that used to be once with the Shiv Sena part of the entire cabinet, which used to be with the MVA government. Only remains of it are there with just Aaditya Thackeray and couple of more ministers remaining here. Rest everyone being in the Shinde camp. It would certainly be interesting to see what really happens now and why is it that Eknath Shinde is not moving any further than writing a couple of letters to the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Speaker as yet. So certainly things will probably happening more in the coming week is what everyone's really expecting.
Right, you know, at this point, from what we see, Aaditya Thackeray has been sending out appeals, in a way, on one hand, trying to coax and pacify those rebels. On the other, at the same time, taking up the challenge that if you really want to fight, then we're willing to fight. What comes as a massive embarrassment, and you did mention also, Vidya, is that Uday Samant, who's known to be a close aide of Aaditya Thackeray, has pulled out support from him at this point and from the Thackeray camp altogether. So, doesn't seem like all these clarion calls put forth by the Thackeray clan are really somehow it's resonating with the rebellion camp altogether. It seems like time and again all those appeals are falling flat.
Certainly, it did seem so. The various pleadings that we had seen on the first day itself, where Uddhav Thackeray himself had gone on to social media lives and pleaded and requested the people who were you know, in Guwahati, in Surat at that time, to come back and speak to him face to face. However, no one did. In fact, there were various allegations leveled against him itself as to how he was running his administration. After that, the mode of communication really changed. Everyone here, including Sanjay Raut, including you know, Uddhav Thackeray and Aaditya Thackeray, they changed the way they were speaking out to the you know, revolting MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. They refused to you know, accept that you know, they are not traitors. They were being called traitors. That when they would come back, they would be treated the way they should be. Things like that being said, and immediately after that, 6 resolutions being passed in Shiv Sena Bhavan yesterday, wherein they made sure two things which were very extremely important. One being that the MLAs, if whoever will take action, that will only be Uddhav Thackeray, and he was given a free hand to deal with the MLAs in the way he wanted. And secondly, which was very important, is that because the MLAs who were in Guwahati had decided to keep a name of their group, of the number of 40 people that they had, of a name which had a Thackeray name in it. Shiv Sena Thackeray is what it said. Against that as well, you know, a resolution was passed wherein it was said that the Thackeray name cannot be used by anyone else apart from the Shiv Sena, which is right here in Mumbai.
Right.
So certainly at this juncture there is a lot of confrontation happening from both sides, but it remains to be seen what really happens tomorrow, especially on Monday, when the Deputy Speaker will be passing an order on the entire disqualification recommendation that the Shiv Sena led by Thackeray has sought.
Yeah. Right, Vidya, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to some of those developments there. In fact, what are the chances and possibilities for the Shinde camp at this point to come to power in the state of Maharashtra? They have already broken away. They're set up at a resort in Guwahati. But right now, what are the real attempts by the Shinde camp right now to counter-strike? We're looking at a possibility of the Shinde camp now maybe demanding for a precedence rule in Maharashtra. Again, the last option, it appears, by the looks of it and the way the situation is unfolding now. Then you also have another situation where the rebels may just ask for a new elections to elect a new speaker. Remember, they've been outrightly condemning and rejecting the deputy speaker, Narhari. In fact, they've been saying that he is not a speaker because most of the majority there is with the rebel camp and they don't accept Narhari as the speaker at this point, the deputy speaker. So that could be a possibility. We're also looking at another possibility where the rebels may just join the BJP and seek for a floor test. And that's precisely what we were hoping or assuming that the rebel camp would do, considering that they have the numbers very well comfortably placed at this point to bring the Mahavikas Aghadi's total tally down considerably. But yet, it doesn't seem like the Shinde camp is going ahead with it, because then it would go against their entire narrative that they want to stay true to Bal Thakray's principles and they remain a Shiv Sena. They will not merge into another party. So that again is a possibility that they've got to explore and tell if they want to. Also, we're looking at the rebel camp now, who may just stake claim to form the government. Again, they will stake claim to form the government based on their numbers, which they have a comfortable majority here. But will they blend and merge with the BJP, or will they go as a separate party and ally with the BJP? That remains to be seen. On that note, I'm going to take you through the top developments coming from the state of Maharashtra at this point. The political crisis heightening to a feverish pitch. Maharashtra government now slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to the summons, is now seeking legal advice. Sources have said that the centre has provided Y+ category security for at least 15 rebel MLAs. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in court. They've said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs. Now the change by Uddhav is illegal, and for that he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav as of now. And in a big India Today scoop, sources have informed that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis had a secret meeting in Vadodara last night to discuss possible government formation in the state of Maharashtra. And as the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have now hit the streets. Uddhav Sena too responded with protests. Sena workers staged a protest against Shinde clan in Nagpur.
Hello.
And Shiv Sena leader Aaditya Thackeray has come down heavy on the rebel camp, Eknath Shinde's clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that at least 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are currently in touch with the Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Now, Maharashtra's political drama has certainly entered the 6th day of this turmoil. Both of the Sena as well as Shinde Sena currently remain defiant, digging in their heels. The Shinde camp has extended its stay in Guwahati for at least 2 more days in another trouble for Mahavikas Aghadi. And according to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice issued against them. Remember, they were given only 48 hours by the deputy speaker. But the Shinde camp says legally they're bound to get more time. They are entitled to get more time. They've asked for 7 days to respond to that disqualification notice. Sources say that the Shinde camp has called the Legislative Party leader change itself by Uddhav Thackeray as illegal. Remember, the Legislative Party leader under the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena was Eknath Shinde. And soon after Eknath Shinde pulled away support from Uddhav Thackeray and the led party, sources now claiming that Shinde is now calling this sacking of him being the Legislative Party leader itself as illegal, considering that Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers. As if at all Uddhav Thackeray wants to make a move of that nature, he's got to have the support of at least 37 MLAs, which Uddhav at this point does not have. Instead, Eknath Shinde has overwhelmingly. On the very same grounds, they may just demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray at this point. This is as per the options that the Shinde camp is currently mulling over. Amid this political crisis now, Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has launched an all-out attack at Eknath Shinde, has dared him to come to Mumbai and fight elections. While attacking Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs, Raut has said that make a party after your party's name. In fact, he says that you have no right to call your party Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. If you want to float another party, then float it under your father's name. Seek vote on your father's name, not ours. This comes after rebel Shinde camp reached out to the Shiv Sena workers, saying that they now want to float a party and they want to call it and christen it as Shiv Sena Bala Thackeray, Bal Sahib. In an outreach here, Shinde has said that he is fighting for Bala Sahib's Hindutva legacy and he wants to free Sena of the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance. He basically wants to cut away from the Congress and the NCP, join hands with the BJP.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे. जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे. आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे. बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं बसते. जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो. मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे. शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस.
Meanwhile, cutting across to India today, exclusively speaking to Junior Thackeray, Aaditya Thackeray, over this growing vandalism that's currently reported from different parts of Maharashtra. He in fact said that the rebel camp at this point is intimidated by the power of Shiv Sena. They don't know what they're dealing with. Here's his words.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं. शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है. हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं. जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है. हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है. ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है. सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं.
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं. रेबेल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं. आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर. आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं. शर्मिंदा तो है वो.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ.
Well, there you have visuals coming in from different parts of Maharashtra where we see extensive protests by the Shiv Sena cadre loyal to the Thackeray clan who are blackening boards and defacing many of those posters that have Eknath Shinde on them. In fact, Shinde camp also desperately trying to reach out to the Shiv Sena workers on ground to try and tell them that they are not deviating from the Shiv Sena's ethos. It is only the two allies that they want to break away from, the Congress and the NCP, and that they very much remain as strong as Shiv Senics they were right from day one. Now, what we know is, and what we see here, is that the fight between the Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena have now fallen right out onto the streets. Protesters there on large scale carrying out protest rallies in various parts of Maharashtra following the threats of violence and vandalism against the rebel MLAs on Saturday. Supporters of both Uddhav Thackeray and Shinde camp have now taken out massive rallies to connect with the public on ground. Sena workers have held a bike rally from the Samna office in Mumbai, raising anti-Shinde slogans, while Shiv Sena's Delhi unit is now taking out protest march at Jantar Mantar in Delhi in support of the Shiv Sena chief, Uddhav Thackeray. Shinde supporters, on the other hand, have also gathered outside Eknath Shinde's home in Thane, his residence in Thane, to show support. Remember, Eknath Shinde is known to be a heavyweight in Thane, so he's clearly got that kind of support on ground. We're also looking at heavy police deployment, security forces who are out there deployed outside Eknath Shinde's offices and his son MP Shrikant Shinde's offices in Kalyan and Ulhasnagar. This also comes in the backdrop of violence, vandalism that's taken place in different parts of Maharashtra, especially on rebel MLAs' homes and offices. So this comes in the backdrop of that. Additional security given to Eknath Shinde, his family members, his home and offices. Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized just in front of the police station in Ulhasnagar. In fact, supporters of the rebel Shiv Sena MLA Abdul Sattar gathered outside his office at Silod constituency in Aurangabad district, and this certainly has come as an intimidating tactic, if not for anything, considering that so far Thackerays have not given a direction to their own party workers not to indulge in violence. Instead, they've stayed mum.
लगातार जो यहाँ से मुंबई से सूरत गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी गए, उनको चार्टर प्लेन मुहैया करवाया गया। वहाँ असम जो इस समय बाढ़ग्रस्त है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री को बाढ़ पीड़ितों की मदद करनी चाहिए। वह वहाँ पर जो है गद्दार विधायक, जो बागी विधायकों की मेहमान नवाजी की जा रही है। इस तमाम प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, खेल के अंदर जो करोड़ों रुपए का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसकी जांच की जानी चाहिए। और इसके साथ ही मैं नसीहत देता हूं कि तमाम जो बागी विधायक हैं वो गद्दारी शिवसेना के अंदर ना करें, वापस लौटें।
And clearly, we're looking at the state of Maharashtra, the government itself right now in a limbo over this political meltdown. The Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Sena, a tussle really turning ugly here. Violence breaks out at angry Shiv Sena workers take to the streets, condemning the Shinde camp for breaking away and abandoning their leader Uddhav Thackeray. Angry Senics vandalized rebel MLAs' offices, burnt effigies. Here's a full report on the showdown that took place.
Violence, vandalism, arson, and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे। ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है, जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए।
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है, लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए। लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राई है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है, आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो, तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है, वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो, ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है, आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athavale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, here's some live visuals that I bring to you all the way from Guwahati, where the rebel camp, Eknath Shinde and his men are currently lodged. These are live visuals that we see here, where we see Eknath Shinde today on the birth anniversary of Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj. He is garlanding that frame on the birth anniversary of Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, the social reformer, the Maratha king. On his birth anniversary, Eknath Shinde garlanding the frame of Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj. And this also sends out many more statements at the same time, not just of unity, but also to say that they are calm, they're focused, and they're strategizing at this point. The rebel camp, Eknath Shinde's camp, despite all the notices of disqualification and enough and more bait that Uddhav Thackeray and camp has given for these rebel MLAs to come back, it seems like the rebels at this point are only stern, stubborn, if anything, and are solid on their opinion that they will not return to the Maha Vikas Aghadi's fold. If anything, they will form a new party, they'll join hands with the BJP, and they'll form the government in Maharashtra with the help of the BJP. That's their stance through and through. It doesn't seem like they want to go back. At this point, it seems too late for the Eknath Shinde camp to roll back on what they've said from the start. And in fact, they seem quite confident. They will go forward, forge ahead with their decision to go ahead as a separate party, and they have their numbers. They've been boasting of it time and again. And these images show very clearly, live images coming in from Guwahati Resort, where Eknath Shinde and the entire rebel camp, many of whom claim that they were, in fact, some of the MLAs say that many rebels who are with Eknath Shinde have been dragged, bought against their wishes. Many of them may have been kidnapped, etc. But the visuals here speak of a different story. All those rebel MLAs there, all smiles, standing with Eknath Shinde, who seem quite confident that Eknath Shinde is leading them to the right direction. They're not worried about any of those disqualification notice that's come to them. In fact, they've very comfortably asked for more time, and they seem to be relaxing in that resort today. Let me cut across to Paulomi. In fact, Paulomi is in Guwahati at that right outside that resort, bringing us the most accurate updates coming in from Guwahati. Paulomi, from what we see, Eknath Shinde looking very calm, composed, confident with his rebel camp. The visuals on our screens here are live visuals coming right this minute, where Eknath Shinde garlanding Rajshri Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj's frame at this point on his birth anniversary. So Eknath Shinde seems very cool. He feels at this point that there's nothing that can deter his spirit, and that confidence is also has trickled down to the rest of the rebel camp as well. They all seem confident that Eknath Shinde is leading them to the right direction.
Absolutely. This is definitely a message that is being sent out by the camp as well. Nabila, the timing of it is very critical. The fact that news broke just a short while ago that, in fact, Shiv Sena MLA Uday Samant and Minister, in fact, in the Uddhav Thackeray government is on his way to Guwahati from Surat right now. And then, of course, these visuals being released from inside Hotel Radisson Blu as well, which basically says, look how our ranks are growing. Look how composed we are. We're not on a sticky wicket. We're still on a very good wicket. There might be disqualification notices against us, and they're probably trying to gherao us legally and, you know, throwing legal challenges at us, but none of that is going to deter us. While we've been here for a few days and there's been a lot of talk on the possibility of us getting restless, possibly wanting to go back to Mumbai, our offices are being attacked, our family is under threat, our security has been withdrawn by the state government allegedly, all of that is happening, but look at our sense of calm and composure. We know that we've got all of this under control. We know that we have trust in our leader Eknath Shinde, that he has thought this through. This entire action has been thought through to plan A, B, C, D and onwards, and he knows exactly what he's doing, and we're extremely confident that this rebellion that we've in fact in a sense hoisted against the Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena is going to be successful in achieving its end goal, which is of course allying with the BJP and breaking ties with the NCP and Congress. Nabila.
Right. You know, Paulomi, at this point, while the Eknath Shinde camp has asked for 7 days' time, one can't help but imagine what exactly is brewing within the Eknath Shinde camp. If they have the numbers, what's the harm in coming forward, staking claims, asking for a floor test? This could possibly end this entire tamasha maybe in 24 hours versus another week that they've now asked for. What's the theory and the logic behind Eknath Shinde camp asking for 7 more days to come forward and respond to the disqualification notice and or anything at all to react in the first place?
Well, as far as the disqualification notice is concerned, Nabila, that's a legal challenge that has come their way. They need to, of course, think about it and formulate their responses, even though they have to send written responses across, and they're not bound to, in fact, attend Maharashtra Legislative Assembly and reach the Deputy Speaker's office physically in order to, of course, respond to the summons which has been issued to them. They do want more time. What they're saying is that we need to strategize legally. We're seeking legal advice, and they want to ensure that legally they have an extremely sound case, that even if the Deputy Speaker were to dismiss their responses eventually, saying they're unsatisfactory or find certain flaws in them or loopholes in them, and were to proceed to disqualify these 16 rebel MLAs, they would be able to, in fact, be on sound ground in order to be able to legally challenge that decision as well. And hence they are, of course, seeking more time. They say that anybody would get 7 days time, and that is all that we're seeking for, and an appropriate response will be given when the appropriate time is given to us. So they have, this is the game plan right now, Nabila. They're going to seek that extra time tomorrow, because today being Sunday, they've not written to the Deputy Speaker's office. Is something that they're going to do tomorrow on Monday, because their deadline, of course, to respond is Monday 5:30 p.m. And as far as going for a floor test is concerned, remember that Bhagat Singh Koshari has just come out of the office of the hospital today. He's been discharged and he has in fact reached Raj Bhavan, but he's also said that he needs a couple of days of rest in order to recover to the fullest, and then of course he can assume his charge and his duties. So it gives these MLAs some more time, and something that they in fact had anticipated as well. So they'll have to wait for the governor to be in the best of health before they approach the governor with their numbers, which is of course their end game as well. Their plan as well is to approach the governor, tell them, look, we have more than 2/3 right now, more than 2/3. Already it was at 38. When Uday Samant lands in Guwahati, it will touch 39. 9. So we have the numbers, we have the strength, and we are in fact
so this
asking
7-day
you
period
to ask
that
the other
they've
faction, the
asked
minority
for,
faction, to prove their numbers on the floor of the House.
Paulmi, you know, what's ironic here that Eknath Shinde has asked for 7 days. At this point, the narrative being built by the Uddhav Thackeray camp so long has been they're scared, they don't want to come back, they're worried, you know, they don't have the numbers, which is why they're not coming forward to face us. While that said, you have another MLA now from Uddhav Thackeray's camp who moved on the other end. So this seems like it has becoming, in fact, this has become a nightmare of sorts for Uddhav Thackeray and camp. The more the weight is, it appears to be setting Uddhav Thackeray and camp on the back foot, increasingly reducing his chances of staying in power at this point. Stay with us. Vidya, Pankaj Upadhyay, Paulami Saha and our band of reporters who are in different parts of the country right now tracking those developments. The most accurate updates right here in India Today on the Maharashtra political crisis. Slipping into a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
All right, and the latest that we get here is that Uddhav Thackeray and camp, unfortunately, have only one cabinet minister left from the lower house, the Vidhan Sabha, and that appears to be Uddhav Thackeray's son, Aaditya Thackeray himself. Other ministers remained with Uddhav are Subhash Desai, Anil Param, both from the upper house, the Vidhan Parishad. Now, from the lower house, the Vidhan Sabha, it appears that only one minister stays with Uddhav Thackeray's camp, and that's his own son, Aaditya Thackeray. Now, this certainly has brought down the morale of the Shiv Sena that's been led by Uddhav Thackeray, even though they may not be displaying those emotions at this point, but it's very evident that right now Uddhav Thackeray led Shiv Sena certainly on a back foot. They have been cornered to a small, literally marginalized, a small minority at this point in their own party. And it would come as a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he going to be knocked off the chair of the Chief Minister, he also stands threatened to lose the post of President of the Shiv Sena. He could be very well knocked off as the President of the Shiv Sena as well. There are legalities to this. Of course, both camps are willing to take this up legally, but it all depends on the Election Commission, on who the Election Commission really recognizes as the true Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena. With 2/3 and more majority with Eknath Shinde camp, unanimously, all of them, the rebel camp, passing a resolution saying Eknath Shinde is their leader, that they have accepted Eknath Shinde to be their leader. Considering that, it now depends on the Election Commission whether they want to recognize the Eknath Shinde camp as the Shiv Sena camp, the true Shiv Sena camp, or not. All this, again, like I did mention, will require legal interception. Will this be possible for the Shinde camp remains to be seen, but clearly Uddhav Thackeray at this point not willing to give up as easy. India Today's reporters all on ground bringing us the latest. We have Paulami Saha, who's currently at Guwahati, the only reporter on top of this story from the rebel camp, the Shinde camp. She's bringing us all those accurate updates as Eknath Shinde and his rebels are lounging on a good Sunday evening. Yeah, Paulami, we also have Pankaj Upadhyay joining us from Mumbai, Vidya also joining us from Mumbai. But over to you, Paulami, first. Eknath Shinde and camp lounging on a Sunday evening. Doesn't seem like they're bothered whatsoever with this kind of developments coming in. The protests by the Shiv Sena workers who are loyal to the Thackerays. Many of their MLAs' offices have been vandalized, their homes. In fact, Sena workers have been camping right in front of. Boards have been defaced, ink thrown on Shinde's posters all across Mumbai. But none of that has really bothered the rebel camp, who seem to be having quite a good time over a week now, staying in a resort.
That's right. The rebel camp appears definitely very calm and very composed, given the circumstances, given the disqualification notices which have been served to them and the summons that have been served to them as a result of those notices from the Deputy Speaker's office, their offices being vandalized, their security being allegedly withdrawn by the state government. All of those challenges aside, they do seem like they've got things under control, and they are, of course, putting those pictures out in order to send out a very strong message that we are the ones here on a stronger footing as opposed to the opposed opponent camp. Yesterday, in fact, Eknath Shinde had made an appeal to Shiv Sainiks, who had, of course, some of them who had gone on a rampage and vandalized some of the property and the offices of
yeah, but on both ends, doesn't seem like appeals have reached out to the people they need to.
Please understand the reality.
Right. You know, Paulami, on both ends, be it the Thackeray camp appealing to the rebels, have fallen flat. Rebels appealing to the Shiv Sena workers on ground have fallen flat. On both ends, seems like their efforts to reach out to one another have been futile. But Paulami, a quick word on the number of ministers who are currently with Eknath Shinde and camp. That itself is a big statement of sorts. While you have Uddhav Thackeray, who has only one Vidhan Sabha minister with him, and that is his own son, Aaditya Thackeray. You have Eknath Shinde, the rebel camp, now boasting of at least 4 ministers from the Shiv Sena. That is Dada Bose, Gulab Rao Patil, Sandeepan Bumre, and now in the latest, Uday Samant. Am I right?
Nabila, it's more than that. It's about 8, because you just named the cabinet rank ministers. There are MOSs over here as well.
Right.
This is the total Shiv Sena quota that we're talking about. So as far as the Shiv Sena quota of ministers go, those from the Legislative Assembly, there's only one left with Uddhav Thackeray right now, and that's his own son, Aaditya Thackeray. So an MLA minister, Aaditya Thackeray, is the only one left with Uddhav Thackeray at the moment. Two other ministers who are left with him from the Shiv Sena quota of portfolios in the Mahavikas Aghadi. It is Anil Parab, who is an MLC. It is Subhash Desai, who is an MLC. So Aaditya Thackeray's only son, an MLA, and now a minister who's with Uddhav Thackeray. As far as the ministers who are with the Eknath Shinde camp is concerned, the names of those are cabinet ministers, cabinet rank ministers, Eknath Shinde, Dada Bhuse, Gulab Rao Patil, Sandeepan Bumre, and Uday Samant. When of course he joins, he also holds the cabinet rank in the Mahavikas Aghadi government. And ministers of state who belong to the Shiv Sena, MLAs as well, Shambhuraj Desai, Abdul Sattar, Rajendra Patil, Yedraukar, and Bachu Kadu, who of course belongs to the Prahar Jan Shakti party. He's inside with these MLAs as well. So he's left with only his son, who's a MLA and a minister as well.
Yeah, what a fall from grace is this for a leader and stature of Uddhav Thackeray at this point. This may have been the most humiliating period in his entire career through the decades. It's been close to 55 years of the inception of the Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackeray, and it seems like this is for the first time that this kind of rebellion has surfaced, and how it's almost brought his reign within the party itself to an end. Forget the chief minister. He may not be the president of the Shiv Sena longer than this period, is what some analysts say and project. In fact, Pankaj Upadhyay joining us on that. Pankaj, at this point, many of the critics of the Shiv Sena, particularly Uddhav Thackeray, must be taking sadistic pleasure, isn't it? Aditya Thackeray, the only minister from the Vidhan Sabha who remains with father Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, Amila, I think we are yet to see the climax of this tamasha after all. You know, first of all, the rebel camp is going to face the first challenge tomorrow, because tomorrow by 5:30 they have to answer to the notice of disqualification that has been served to them. What is going to be their next move? While the rebel camp needs to answer, the fact also remains that the Shiv Sena is also on an active mode right now. They are maintaining that legally the rebels will not win this battle. And even as we speak, senior Shiv Sena leader Arvind Sawant is meeting a team of lawyers. Shiv Sena has already hired a battery of lawyers, and Arvind Sawant, after meeting these lawyers, is going to have a press conference at around 3:30 or 4. So Shiv Sena is going to put in their version. They seem to be very confident at this point of time. And here, Uddhav Thackeray has a stars cut out. Shiv Sena is the party of Bala Saheb Thackeray. And if he does not have the hold over the party, then he'll be marginalized in Maharashtrian politics. So what's happening in ground zero? I'm at the Shiv Sena Bhavan right now, and meetings continue here. The meeting, the corporators started at 3:30, and more than that, at around 4:30, we'll have the meeting of the Yuva Sena. We'll have the meeting of the Yuva Sena as well. Now, I've been given to understand by my highly placed sources that there are at least four big leaders within the Shiv Sena, which includes the likes of Anil Desai and Anil Parab. These are the two names which I can confirm, and two more who've been given the responsibility for revival of the Shiv Sena. And of course, in this revival plan, Aditya Thackeray, who heads the Yuva Sena, is going to play a very, very important role. What we are seeing since yesterday is Aditya Thackeray has started the public, he's taking public meetings, he's addressing the public gatherings as well. Yesterday it was at Worli. This noon time it was at Santa Cruz. This evening it's going to be at Borivali as well. Other than that, Yuva Sena is going to spread and give out the message of what Uddhav Thackeray really believes in rest of the Maharashtra as well. An indicator enough that Shiv Sena is going to fight. They are saying they really understand the ploy of the Bharatiya Janata Party right now. And even though the fact remains, the numbers clearly are not with Uddhav Thackeray. He has lost the grip over the legislature party. He needs to at least have that hold over his father's party. He needs to have that hold over the symbol as well. And that is the reason why at least in first initial 24 to 48 hours, we saw that Shiv Sena wasn't really looking good. But now, Shiv Sena cadres are back on the streets. They look very, very aggressive. In fact, today in the suburban area of Dadar, a bike rally. Yes, Nabila.
No, Pankaj, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Vidya also on that. Vidya, just a little clarity for our viewers here. The Shiv Sena cadre who are currently protesting in large numbers, they rest their allegiance with Bal Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray? Because we know that many of the rebel MLAs who have won on a Shiv Sena ticket have also been Bal Thackeray's bucks. Somehow, one would imagine that the constituency people would, of course, support who their leader is supporting at this point. But we're seeing a whole different story pan out in Mumbai, where the Shiv Sena workers are fully backing Uddhav Thackeray and camp. Is that too a divided house, or are we just seeing some bits of it right outside Samna office naturally who are supporting Uddhav Thackeray? Are we seeing a divided house among the Shiv Sena grassroots cadre as well?
Nabila, no, in fact, that's one of the things that we have seen, especially in Mumbai. I'm not really talking of Thane, because Thane obviously is Eknath Shinde's stronghold. So obviously there will be a divided house. But if you look at Mumbai per se, Mumbai certainly is not as divided as Thane. Mumbai certainly has more people, especially, there are some MLAs like Nitin Deshmukh, who had actually come back from Surat. Remember the guy? He actually, in fact, when I asked him yesterday also as to look, the Eknath Shinde camp is really going by the days and nights. The numbers are just growing. Don't you really feel bad about really coming back at a time when this party is certainly not holding on to anything? And he said very clearly, like most of the other Shiv Sainiks, that the fact that whatever Thackeray says is the order. Because Eknath Shinde has this entire issue with the MVA government. He too says that he is not against the Thackerays, he is not against the Shiv Sena. He in fact says that he is still a Shiv Sainik, but he is against the very thought of going with the continuing with NCP and the Congress. That's the problem that he has, and that's what the other MLAs too have been stating. So it has always been for the Thackerays to take a decision. However, because the Thackerays have always said that in the last 2.5 years, they have had a good time with the MVA, they want to continue this, and they do not want to go on to what Eknath Shinde wants them to say. That's the reason this entire party is divided. But in the cadre, all those people who have been coming since the last 6 days to Shiv Sena Bhavan have been stating one thing, that their allegiance is only to Shiv Sena, and it is the Shiv Sena that is led by Thackeray, because Thackeray is the name that they really accept and no one else.
Well, but what's interesting, Vidya, in the last 24 hours, as Eknath Shinde and camp dig their heels in, they're now asserting that they want to form a new party. They've already given out indications that they will call their new party as Shiv Sena Bal Thackeray, or Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. It appears suddenly now Uddhav Thackeray, who's always called his Shiv Sena as Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena, now says that it's my father's Shiv Sena. So don't take my father's legacy forward, that you want to take your own father's legacy forward. Don't take my father's name or our party's symbol. So now it's suddenly become a family party, a family clan that now trying to save their party against all these adversities. So let's see who really leads the Sena legacy, true Sena legacy forward. Vidya, I'll come back to you. In fact, our reporters continue tracking those developments, but India Today has this mega scoop coming in on Rebel Shinde's visit to Gujarat. Eknath Shinde reportedly met with BJP leader and ex-Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara late last night. Fadnavis and Shinde allegedly met around 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. This was the time window in which they met in Vadodara in the dead of the night before Shinde returned to his camp. Let's take a look.
Maharashtra's political drama is playing out from the west to the east of India.
National Party है, ये महाशक्ति है, यानी आख्या.
From Gujarat to Delhi to Assam, the Shiv Sena implosion has had multiple pit stops and several key players. Now, India Today's open source intelligence unit has uncovered a secret meeting between rebel leader Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra Bharatiya Janata Party chief Devendra Fadnavis in Vadodara. On 24th June evening, Shinde flew to Delhi in a Cessna private jet, left Guwahati at around 10:30 p.m, reached Delhi at around 12:45 a.m. He then left for Vadodara at 1 a.m. in a different jet, which was the Dassault Falcon 2000, that was waiting for him at the airport. That aircraft reached Vadodara at 2:30 a.m. Devendra Fadnavis left from Mumbai post 9 p.m. on 24th June in a private aircraft. Fadnavis first went to Indore and then from there he went on and landed in Vadodara. Devendra Fadnavis returned to Mumbai from Vadodara around 5:45 a.m. This entire sequence of events transpired in the dead of the night without cameras and raising suspense. What was discussed cannot be good news for Uddhav Thackeray, who has been making frantic appeals to rebel MLAs over the phone. Sources suggested that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's wife is also trying to douse the fire by attempting to convince the family members and partners of the rebel MLAs. The Shiv Sena is nearing a split. Eknath Shinde holding secret meetings with old friends. Where does that leave the Thackeray family? Here on. With Paulami Saha and Ankit Kumar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, this political meltdown in Maharashtra has left the state of Maharashtra in a limbo. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The men and women who built Indian industry and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are...
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching. are watching India Today.
You've tuned in to India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Maharashtra political meltdown now, leaving the state in a limbo. Hectic political developments. We're bringing you the most accurate, in-depth details coming in from across the state. First, the headlines. Maharashtra political turmoil enters day 6. Protests and counter-protests rock several regions of Maharashtra. Emotional Shinde appeals to Shiv Sainik, says battle fought to save Shiv Sena from the Mahavikas Aghadi. Top sources revealed to India Today on the secret meeting between Eknath Shinde and Maharashtra BJP chief Devendra Fadnavis in Gujarat's Vadodara. Dead of the night, their meeting took place between 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m. Half an hour meet, void of all cameras, raising much suspense on what the agenda was. Counting of votes for Lok Sabha by-poll in Azamgarh and Sangrur and 4 states, 7 assembly seats underway now with multi-tier security cover. Massive victory for BJP in Rampur. And a rousing welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Germany. He will be holding meetings with over 12 world leaders, focus on global economy, post-COVID recovery and Ukraine crisis. All right, here's some big news coming in from Yogi Adityanath's camp, hailing by-poll's victory in Rampur. In fact, Yogi's men celebrating the victory in Rampur. Massive BJP victory in UP's Rampur. Yogi says, and I quote, "The victory of Rampur Lok Sabha seat in the by-election is a seal of public's faith in the double-engine BJP government on public welfare policies under the successful leadership of respected Prime Minister Narendra Modi." BJP wins Rampur with more than 42,048 votes, a comfortable majority, and you have Yogi Adityanath now hailing victory and attributing this to people's faith in a double-engine Sarkar. Let me cut across to Samarth joining us for more on that. Samarth, over to you. Yogi Adityanath and camp looking ecstatic. They won the by-election Lok Sabha Rampur seat. Yogi now saying and attributing this victory to people's faith in a double-engine Sarkar. Take us through the challenges they may have faced. Doesn't seem like it. With 42,000 odd votes, it seems like a comfortable majority for them.
See, that's a massive victory in Rampur for Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's what taking CM Yogi Adityanath to do a presser in Lucknow. So it's going to be very crucial what Azamgarh has, because in Azamgarh as well, Dinesh Lal Yadav, that means Nirhua, is leading with a margin of around 11,000 votes from Dharmendra Yadav, the Samajwadi Party candidate for Lok Sabha. But what is crucial is the win of Rampur, because there was a big name of Azam Khan there, and it was thought that it's going to be very challenging for the Saffron Party. But what the result has come out, more than 40,000 votes. You can assume around 40,000 votes. That's a massive difference. And in the city like Rampur, where we saw a complete fallout of BJP in the concluded Vidhan Sabha elections. So it is going to be very crucial. And also, same is happening in Azamgarh. You have got 10 Vidhan Sabha seats in Azamgarh when it comes to that assembly elections. And Samajwadi Party won all 10. But now things are getting changed. So that's a big thing. And the question out here that why Akhilesh Yadav did not come for campaigning. That's what the local leaders or locals of that Azamgarh and Rampur are saying now. Though Azam Khan was also confident about that particular win, but BJP really got edge ahead of this Lok Sabha elections that's going to be happening in 2024, because both Rampur and Azamgarh, both are the stronghold of Samajwadi Party with a massive number of Muslim and Yadav voters. But what changed things for BJP is that particular discipline or the negligence by the Samajwadi Party, that the chief was not here when CM Yogi Adityanath was campaigning and was giving his statements like Aryam Nagar, in a way adding Rahu Ketu with the name of BSP and SP. Where was Akhilesh Yadav? This is the question. Why he did not campaign in Azamgarh and Rampur as well? Though it's going.
All right, Samarth, I'm going to put you on hold here. I'm cutting across to Shiv Sena addressing a press conference on the political meltdown in the state of Maharashtra. Let's take a listen.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Roll. खाली बस. कोणी बोलू नका. मी मराठी, हिंदी, इंग्लिश तिन्ही भाषेत बोले. ठीक आहे सर. त्यामुळे वर्ड आउट आता आम्ही हिंदी इंग्लिश मत बोलू. आपल्या सर्वांना माहित आहे की गेले काही दिवस शिवसेनेचे अनेक आमदार हे आसाममध्ये, गुवाहाटीमध्ये थांबलेले आहेत आणि म्हणून ते तिथं थांबून काहीतरी रोज वेगवेगळ्या क्लिप मीडियावर देत राहतात, बातम्या देत राहतात आणि आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की आम्ही आमच्या शिवसेनेच्या वतीनं आज सन्माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्टाचे ज्येष्ठ वकील माननीय कामत साहेब माझ्यासोबत आहेत. त्यामुळे आम्ही जे काही सांगतो त्याला तुम्हाला ऑथेंटिसिटी जर ऐकायची असेल आज त्याचा अधिकृतपणा, कायद्याची बाब, ही बाब सांगण्यासाठी आज आम्ही इथं आलेलो आहोत. मूळ मुद्दा असा आहे की आम्ही हे जे मंडळी गेली त्यांनी आम्हाला माननीय उपाध्यक्षांनाच काढून टाकण्याची नोटीस दिली. त्यानंतर ती नोटीस कशी गैर आहे हेही सांगितलं गेलं. त्यानंतर आम्ही या सगळ्या लोकांना डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करावं म्हणून 16 लोकांना आम्ही नोटीसेस दिल्या. त्याच्यावरही कारवाई सुरू झालेली आहे. पण ती तुम्हा सगळ्यांना वाटतं की ती कितपत खरी आहे, तर ती खरी बघायची असेल, त्याचा खरेपणा पाहायचा असेल तर आपल्याला एक कळेल की माननीय कामत साहेब इथं आलेले आहेत आणि ते त्याच्याबद्दल ऑथेंटिक सांगतील. आता अभी मैं हिंदी में बात करता हूँ. मेरी पूरी बात होने के बाद में कामत साहब बात करेंगे. आप सभी जानते हो कि अभी जो महाराष्ट्र में राजनीतिक परिस्थिति खड़ी हुई है उसके लिए जो लड़ाई शुरू है वो अभी राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, अब कानूनन लड़ाई भी शुरू हुई है. अब आप बाकी सारे मामले आप सब जान चुके हो कि हमने क्या क्या नोटिस दे दी है, हमारे उपाध्यक्ष साहब ने कौन सी नोटिस दे दी है, उनके डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के बारे में नोटिस जारी की है. ये सारे जब हम बोलते तो लोगों को लगता है कि इसमें कितना सच्चा है, कितना खरा है, कितना झूठा है. रोजाना अखबारों में, रोजाना मीडिया पे कुछ ना कुछ उल्टा सीधी बातें करते रहते. तो उसकी कानूनन जो ऑथेंटिसिटी है वो बताने के लिए मेरे साथ में आज हमारे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के ज्येष्ठ वकील देवदत्त कामत जी मेरे साथ में खड़े हुए हैं. वो आपको सारे प्रश्नों के उत्तर देंगे. Finally, in English, I'll say that every one of you know that what is happening, political turbulence is going on in Maharashtra, and in that case, many of the people who have defected the party have gone are staying in Assam. So therefore, we have initiated legal action against them, and accordingly, the notices of disqualification have been served to some of the members, around 16 members. We have already served the notice, and to know the authenticity of this legal action, the Honorable Supreme Court's senior advocate, Mr. Devdutt Kamath, is with me, and he will address your questions right now. First, don't ask questions. My request is that first listen to him, and then if you have any queries, you are at liberty to ask him. Okay, sir. But one at a time. Don't shout together. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Right, sir. I will first. Just be quiet. Just be quiet, please.
Wait, sir. Wait.
So, see, firstly, I am going to talk on the legal aspects of this case. I am not going to comment on the political aspects which my clients Arvind Samanji and all will do and will explain to you the political nuances. I am here only to explain to our friends what is the legal position? What are the proceedings which have been initiated by Shiv Sena? What is the status of those proceedings today? Because there is a lot of misinformation which is traveling in the media, which is being peddled in the media. So I just want to clear some of those apprehensions, misapprehensions. Firstly, proceedings have been initiated by the Shiv Sena against 16 MLAs under para 21A of the 10th schedule. Para 21A says, if a person voluntarily gives up membership of the party, he is liable for disqualification. There are several judgments. Ravi Nayak, then latest judgment of Karnataka, where the Supreme Court has said that a legislator's action outside the house, inside the house की बात नहीं है, outside the house, if he commits anti-party activity, he is liable to be disqualified. And in fact, the most important judgment of the Speaker is the judgment of, or the order of the Vice President of India in Sharad Yadavji's case, where I was appearing for Sharad Yadavji and we lost. And the only activity which was attributed to Sharad Yadavji is that he went and attended a rally of Lalu Prasad ji against Nitish Kumar. That was the only thing. Now, as far as the facts of this case are concerned, there were several meetings which were called by the Shiv Sena at a crucial time. None of these meetings have been responded to, were attended to, number one. Number two, the action of going to a foreign state, I say other than Maharashtra, BJP ruled states, meeting with BJP leaders there, trying to topple the government, writing letters against the government, amounts to a clear violation of para 21A. So ये है हमारा प्ली स्पीकर साहब के सामने. दूसरी बात ये है कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है. ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग. द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे. जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है. ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते. सो दैट इज पॉइंट नंबर 2. पॉइंट नंबर 3. Yes, point number 3. Point number 3. They are saying that the deputy speaker has no jurisdiction. Now this is also totally wrong. Now in the absence of a speaker, the deputy speaker has all the powers under the constitution to adjudicate under the 10th schedule. They filed apparently some no confidence against the deputy speaker. तो वो जो हम लोगों को भी पता नहीं है कि we don't have access to that communication, but जो आपके माध्यम से हम लोगों को पता चला है कि the deputy speaker has rejected that, saying that some unauthorized person कोई कुरियर से इनको लेके आया कोई कम्युनिकेशन कि ये आपको आपके खिलाफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस हम लोग लेके आ रहे हैं. तो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर साहब ने ये बोला हुआ है कि जब तक मैं सेटिस्फाई नहीं होता हूँ कि ये जेन्युइन है, ऑथेंटिक है, मैं इसके ऊपर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करता हूं, एंड दैट हैज बीन रिजेक्टेड. एंड मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली इन लॉ, लेट मी टेल यू दैट till the assembly is convened, there cannot be a notice of motion. Ye all the constitutional experts will agree. So therefore, in tomorrow they have been called, and they will have to submit their replies, and the honorable deputy speaker will take the action in accordance with law, and as per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Marathi to उतना आ सर, आप क्वेश्चन एनी क्वेश्चन नहीं, आप क्वेश्चन जो भी है आप हिंदी में पूछ लो.
मैं हिंदी में बोलूं?
हिंदी में
बता दीजिए कि क्या क्या लीगल फॉर्मेलिटीज आप लोगों की तरफ से होगी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कितना अधिकार उनको देता है, कितना अधिकार आपको देता
है. जो आई विल जस्ट रिपीट क्विकली इन हिंदी कि जो तो मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ, बहुत ही लिमिटेड रोल है मेरा. पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन पे मैं कमेंट नहीं करने वाला हूँ. एज देयर सीनियर काउंसिल मैं सिर्फ ये बताने के लिए आया हूँ कि क्या लीगल पोजीशन है आज के डेट में, क्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्या बोलती है 10th शेड्यूल में कि कैसे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है. तो ये जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की पिटिशंस लगाई गई है माननीय डिप्टी स्पीकर के सामने, वो ये ग्राउंड पे लगाई गई है कि इन्होंने पैरा 21A के अंतर्गत पार्टी छोड़ दी है, और ये जो छोड़ने की प्रक्रिया है इसके कोई रेजिग्नेशन की जरूरत नहीं है. माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के अनुसार रवि नायक और जो लेटेस्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजमेंट है कर्नाटका मैटर में, तो उन्होंने ये बोला हुआ है कि अगर सांसद या विधायक का एक्शन से ये साबित होता है कि इन्होंने पार्टी के खिलाफ एक्शन लिए हुए हैं, कार्य किए हुए हैं, तो वो पैरा 21A लगता है. तो हम लोगों ने 16 पिटिशंस फाइल की हुई है, उसमें स्पीकर साहब ने नोटिस इशू किए हैं, वो कल हियरिंग के लिए लगेगा. दूसरी बात यह है कि बहुत सारे मीडिया में और अन्य माध्यम में तो ये चर्चा हो रही है कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन इसमें नहीं हो सकता है क्योंकि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है. ये सरासर मेरे एक्सपीरियंस और नॉलेज के हिसाब से पूरा गलत है, क्योंकि 2003 में ये जो स्प्लिट का इशू था, स्प्लिट का प्रावधान था, वो डिलीट किया गया है. अभी डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बचने के लिए एक ही रास्ता है, वो है मर्जर. और आपको सारे लोगों को पता है आज तक ये जो 30 या 40 जो भी गए हुए हैं, अभी तक इनका कोई पार्टी में मर्जर नहीं हुआ है. तो इसीलिए तो आज के हालत में ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से नहीं बच सकते. तीसरा जो मुद्दा है, इन्होंने बोला है कि डेप्यूटी स्पीकर को कोई जुरिस्डिक्शन नहीं है, डेप्यूटी स्पीकर को कोई जुरिस्डिक्शन नहीं है, कोई राइट नहीं है ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की पिटिशन सुनने के लिए. उसके लिए मुझे यही कहना है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में क्लियर प्रोविजन है 180, उसमें ये बोला गया है कि जहां पे भी वैकेंसी है स्पीकर के ऑफिस में, तो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर कैन परफॉर्म ऑल द फंक्शंस ऑफ द स्पीकर. और रही बात वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस की, वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन ना ही मैंने देखा है, ना ही वो उसका रिजेक्शन मैंने देखा है. जो आपके माध्यम से हम लोगों को पता चला है कि ये बात है कि जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन दिया गया है, कोई अनऑथोराइज्ड ईमेल एड्रेस, क्योंकि सारे विधायकों का रजिस्टर्ड ईमेल एड्रेस होता है, तो इन्होंने कोई अन्य ईमेल एड्रेस, रैंडम ईमेल एड्रेस से कोई एक चिट्ठी भेजी हुई थी, और वो कोई मेंबर वहाँ पे, कोई विधायक वहाँ पे आके स्पीकर साहब को नहीं दी उन्होंने, तो कोई कुरियर के माध्यम से उनको दिया गया. तो
all right, and there you have the legal eagle of the Shiv Sena led by the Thackeray camp, who is now giving out clarity on the stance, legal stance of the rebel camp on how they can't escape from the disqualification at this point initiated by Uddhav Thackeray and his party. On that note, I'm going to take you through all the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra's political crisis. Big jolt to the Shiv Sena. Minister Uday Samant has joined the Eknath Shinde faction now in Assam's Guwahati. He is the 8th minister to do so. Now, Aaditya Thackeray becomes the only cabinet minister from the Vidhan Sabha that's left with Uddhav Thackeray and camp. Maharashtra government slapped disqualification notice and summoned rebels to Mumbai tomorrow. Now, sources say that Shinde camp has sought more time to respond to summons and is seeking legal advice. Sources have said that the centre has provided Y+ category security to at least 15 rebel MLAs. The Shinde camp is likely to drag group leader appointment matter in court. They've said that Shinde was the group leader of Shiv Sena's MLAs, and now the change by Uddhav Thackeray is illegal, and for that he needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they also may just demand disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. But nonetheless, we've heard what the Uddhav Thackeray's lawyer, the camp lawyer, has just said on the legal stance, that none of the rebel MLAs can at this point escape disqualification until unless they decide to merge with another party. As the political situation in Maharashtra continues to escalate, Shinde supporters have now hit the streets. Uddhav Sena too responded with protests. Sena workers have staged a protest against Shinde clan in Nagpur. And Shiv Sena's Shiv Sena leader Junior Thackeray, Aaditya Thackeray, has now come out heavy on the Eknath Shinde clan. He said only cowards have fled and claimed that 15 to 16 rebel MLAs are currently in touch with the Shiv Sena. Well, Maharashtra's political drama has entered the 6th day of this turmoil. Both Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena currently remain defiant. The Shinde camp at this point has extended its stay in Guwahati for at least 2 more days, in another trouble coming in for the Mahavikas Aghadi union. According to sources, Shinde camp wanted at least 7 days to reply to the disqualification notice it's issued to them. Sources say that Shinde camp has called the legislative party leader change by Uddhav government as illegal, as Uddhav, to do that, needs the support of at least 37 MLAs. On the very same grounds, they may also demand for disqualification of MLAs who are with Uddhav Thackeray. But then again, we heard the legal stance of Uddhav Thackeray's camp. The Legal Eagle came out in a press conference just a few moments ago. If I can ask for my producers to replay that reaction from the legal expert who've been hired by the Sena, Shiv Sena as a party, by Uddhav Thackeray. The legal expert there saying that there's no way these rebel MLAs at this point can escape disqualification, because very strictly under Article 10 of the Constitution, it does give provision for anybody acting against the party. Basically, any anti-party activities conducted by any MLAs, even if they have a 2/3 majority, they are liable for disqualification. He's broken down many points on that. Let me quickly cut across to Sanjay Raut, who's right now speaking. Let's hear it.
भरोसा जो है वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में जो शिवसेना है उसका ऊपर लोग रखेंगे। जैसे कल उद्धव जी ने कहा कि आपने जो लोग बाहर गए हैं वो शिवसेना नाम का इस्तेमाल न करें और अपना बाप का नाम का इस्तेमाल करो और वोट मांगे। आप बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का फोटो लगाएंगे, हम बाला साहब के भक्त है बोलेंगे। बाला साहब ठाकरे के भक्त इस तरह से पीठ में खंजर नहीं बसते। जो होना है होने दो, जो करना है करने दो। मुंबई में तो आना पड़ेगा ना, वहाँ बैठ कर क्या हमको सलाह और मार्गदर्शन कर रहे। शिवसैनिक जमीन पर है, हजारों लाखों शिवसैनिक, हमारे एक इशारा का इंतजार है बस।
Aaditya Thackeray, who's in fact spoken a little earlier, he's spoken to my colleague on exactly what the sentiment of the Uddhav camp is right now, as many of the rebels there who are currently hauled up in Guwahati, their numbers only growing and they refuse to come back at this point. Let's hear it from Aaditya Thackeray.
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। शिवसेना मैदान में आ गई है। हाउ इज द मोरल ऑफ द पार्टी?
आप देख रहे हो, हम तो मैदान में ही हैं, हम तो यही हैं। जो भाग गए वो शर्मिंदा है। हम क्या करें?
को रिक्रूट करने की आप पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। ये कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है आपके लिए?
मुझे लगता है कि जो भाग गए उसमें से भी कई लोग हैं जिसको भगाया गया है। सबसे अहम चीज यही है कि जो डरपोक है वो भागते हैं और वो भाग के गए हैं।
शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं। रेबल ग्रुप के पोस्टर फाड़े जा रहे हैं। आदित्य
आदित्य शिव सैनिक काफी उग्र हो रहे हैं सड़कों पर, आप क्या कहेंगे?
ये जो सेपरेटिस्ट है हमारे से, उनको डर किसका पता नहीं, शर्मिंदा तो है वो।
आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं? आदित्य ठाकरे इस वक्त आप गुस्सा है, दुखी है या बदला लेना चाहते हैं?
मैं सिर्फ प्यार देख रहा हूँ, लोगों का प्यार देख रहा हूँ।
All right, here's some big images coming in of Uday Samant, the close aide of Aaditya Thackeray, who's now pulled off support from the Thackeray camp, who's now headed en route to Guwahati. Here's another leader of the Shiv Sena who joins the rebel camp. Uday Samant, who's said to be close to Aaditya Thackeray, has now left. He's on his way to Guwahati to join the rebel camp. Uday Samant en route to Guwahati, and these are the first and exclusive images right here on India Today. In fact, our channel bringing you in-depth, accurate information of this political meltdown that has rocked Maharashtra, the state, of course. The people of Maharashtra right now left in a limbo. Governance has now been kept in the back burner. It seems like there is no acting government at this point in the state of Maharashtra. Very disappointing state of affairs for the people, the voters who have voted and issued their mandate. Unfortunately, here we're looking at politicians themselves bickering to a point where the entire government has now come to a collapse. Now, there is no clarity on who's going to form the government, who's going to remain in power. All that will be decided possibly when either sides gives in or declares defeat. But doesn't seem like on both ends. Uddhav Thackeray as well as Eknath Shinde, both of them digging in their heels, ready for a big fight. And that would mean that this political turmoil would continue for a little longer. These are exclusive images coming in of Uday Samant, who's en route to Guwahati. He's another leader who's close to Aaditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. He was said to be a close aide of both the chiefs, in fact, the chief of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, and his son Aaditya Thackeray. The same man who's seen as family of the Thackerays, has now pulled off support, is on his way to Guwahati. Let me cut across to Ritwik joining us more on that. Ritwik, explain to us these images. Now, it's very surprising to see chartered flights, one after the other, taking away MLAs from Maharashtra to Guwahati. Where's all the money coming from? I can't imagine an MLA to have as much cash to burn for a trip in a chartered flight back and forth, Guwahati, Gujarat, Maharashtra. I mean, where's the money coming from?
Exactly, that's the only question which is a buzz on the social media, and common people are also asking. Actually, Uday Samant, who was in the flock of Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav camp, was, what we understand, is he was about to go very early. But some reasons which made him stay here back in Mumbai with Uddhav camp, but he was already in touch with Shinde camp. He wanted to go there 2 days earlier, but Shinde camp told him that we have the numbers right now and you need to stay back, because obviously Uday Samant, who himself is a cabinet minister in Uddhav Thackeray Sarkar, and if he goes there, definitely he needs to be given one cabinet seat, which the Shinde camp and the MLAs over there might not agree with, because he was the last person to go. Still, the question remains, like he has flown to Surat, and from Surat to Guwahati he has got a chartered plane. So who's really paying for that? Obviously Sanjay Rao, the leader from Shiv Sena, is alleging that BJP is behind this, central government is behind this, but he has no proof to prove it. But then the way chartered flights are flying from Mumbai to Surat to Guwahati, and we also seen in last 3 to 4 days, even leader of opposition Devendra Fadnavis has flown to Indore and then again Vadodara in chartered plane for 2 to 3 times. So that question really needs to be answered.
At this point, Uday Samant is known to be Aaditya Thackeray's close aide. What really happened? Where do you think, the situation has gone so wrong for Uday Samant also to pull off support? Do you think that Aaditya Thackeray was in the know of this, or was he taken by surprise with this? Would you be able to tell us if Aaditya Thackeray had a feeling?
Let me first tell you that Uday Samant. Yes, Uday Samant was believed to be very close to Aaditya Thackeray, but since last 2 years, Uday Samant, who was working as a higher technical minister, education minister, he was handling some of the issues in which Aaditya Thackeray himself, from being with Yuva Sena and his first liking towards the education as a beat, as a stream, he used to take some decisions, and there are possibilities that some of the decisions taken by Aaditya Thackeray in education department, in higher technical education department, which was handled by Uday Samant, he might not agree with them. Also, there were he was very close to Eknath Shinde at the same time. So we can't really say what really
and
triggered
from
Uday
the
Samant
looks
to
of
go
it,
there.
no one
But
wants
yes, we know
a
that
junior politician to be meddling in your works. Clearly, Aaditya Thackeray was just about growing as a politician. He had the first advantage only because of his father, Uddhav Thackeray. He was made the minister at an age of 30. So undoubtedly, one can imagine that there are several MLAs within the camp who were, not approving of this kind of powers that were rested on Aaditya Thackeray. At this point, his own aide, Uday Samant, has now withdrawn support. But stay with us, Ritik. I'm quickly cutting across to Mustafa Sheikh, who joins us on the legal battle right now that unfolds between the two camps. In fact, this is going to court, and that's for sure. At least that's what Eknath Shinde as well as Uddhav Thackeray have asserted in the last few days, that they're going to be taking this matter to court. There are several legalities that they've got to explore on whether or not the Eknath Shinde camp, the rebel camp, despite having 2/3 majority, can actually stake claim, and if they can, then what is the process to it? On the other, Uddhav Thackeray, of course, not letting go without a fight. He's trying to push all the constitutional provisions at this point, Mustafa, to try and disqualify at least 16 of those MLAs who are rebelling. And we saw the lawyer. He just spoke a little while ago. In fact, Mustafa, if you stay with us, I'm going to cut across to the bite first on what the lawyer says on the legal options that Uddhav Thackeray has, which he's now using to disqualify the MLAs. Over to you right after that.
As per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है and therefore disqualification नहीं लगता है. ये you can ask any constitutional lawyer that this is totally wrong. The concept of 2/3 applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे. जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed, and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है. ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है, या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते.
विधान परिषद चुनाव के बाद 2 सीटों पर लोकसभा के उपचुनाव हुए हैं और इन दोनों सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आजमगढ़ में से दिनेश लाल यादव निरोवा, जो भोजपुरी के एक लोकप्रिय कलाकार हैं, उन्होंने वहां विजयी प्राप्त की है. और साथ ही साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रामपुर लोकसभा उपचुनाव में प्रत्याशी श्री घनश्याम सिंह लोधी ने रामपुर की सीट पर विजयश्री प्राप्त की है। ये दोनों चुनाव के परिणाम भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास और सबका विकास, इन सभी को लेकर के चलने की जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की घोषित नीति रही है कि हमने सबका साथ भी लिया, सबका विकास भी किया, सबका साथ और सबके विकास के माध्यम से सबके विश्वास को अर्जित भी किया। ये जनादेश उस विश्वास का प्रतीक है और सबके प्रयास से उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य को देश के समृद्धतम राज्यों में स्थापित करेंगे। यह जो संकल्प और जो विजन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का है, उस पर जनता जनार्दन की ये मोहर है। आज के इस चुनाव ने एक बार फिर से प्रदेश के दंभी, नकारात्मक सोच और अपनी विध्वंसात्मक गतिविधियों के लिए कुख्यात ताकतों को, उन परिवारवादी ताकतों को एक बार फिर से स्पष्ट संदेश जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता अब परिवारवादियों, जातिवादियों, सांप्रदायिक उन्माद को भड़काने वाले पेशेवर माफिया और आपराधिक प्रवृत्ति के तत्वों को प्रश्रय देने वाले राजनीतिक दलों को किसी भी प्रकार से स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं है। यह चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में एक सकारात्मक सोच, सर्वसमावेशी, विकासोन्मुख तथा गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के अभियान का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विजन को आगे बढ़ाने का एक अभियान है और जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद ने इस विजयश्री के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 2024 के विजयश्री के लिए एक दूरगामी संदेश भी दिया है कि 2024 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 80 लोकसभा सीटों में से 80 सीटों की ओर विजयश्री की ओर अग्रसर हो रही है। यह आज की विजय ने यह संदेश बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से सभी के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। मैं आज की इस विजय के लिए अपने दोनों प्रत्याशियों को, श्री दिनेश लाल यादव निरोवा को और श्री घनश्याम सिंह लोधी, दोनों प्रत्याशियों की विजयश्री के लिए उन्हें हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को, जिन कार्यकर्ताओं ने अथक परिश्रम करके इस भीषण गर्मी में परिश्रम करके इस चुनौतीपूर्ण लड़ाई को विजयश्री में बदलने में अपना योगदान दिया, बूथ प्रबंधन के माध्यम से लोकतांत्रिक लड़ाई को, कठिन से कठिन चुनौती को भी अपने पक्ष में करने के जिस संकल्प के साथ वे पहले दिन से डट गए थे, उस के लिए मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से इसके लिए अभिनंदन करता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश और केंद्रीय संगठन को, जिन्होंने इस चुनाव में पदाधिकारियों को बेहतर तरीके से लगा करके प्रदेश के अंदर प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के नेतृत्व में, प्रदेश संगठन महामंत्री श्री सुनील बंसल जी के मार्गदर्शन में संगठन का कार्यकर्ता पूरे प्रदेश भर में लगकर दोनों लोकसभा सीटों पर व्यवस्थित रूप से लगा। उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री जेपी नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में, माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी के मार्गदर्शन में सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने, केंद्रीय पदाधिकारियों ने भी मिलकर के यहाँ पर राज्य के अपने कार्यकर्ताओं का मार्गदर्शन किया। उन सबको मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। प्रदेश सरकार के हमारे मंत्रियों ने रामपुर में श्री सुरेश खन्ना जी के नेतृत्व में और आजमगढ़ में श्री सूर्य प्रताप शाही जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे मंत्रियों ने, माननीय सांसदों ने, माननीय विधायकों ने वहां पर पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में कार्य करते हुए बूथ प्रबंधन को बेहतर तरीके से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए वहां के स्थानीय कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है। इन दोनों मंत्रियों के नेतृत्व में सभी मंत्रियों को, प्रदेश और केंद्र सरकार के मंत्रियों को, माननीय सांसद, माननीय विधायकों को, इन सबको भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देते हुए अपने यशस्वी नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी निरंतर जीत की ओर अग्रसर है और निरंतर एक नई जीत के माध्यम से एक नया रिकॉर्ड प्रस्तुत करती है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का यशस्वी नेतृत्व और उनके विजन के आधार पर हम लोग निरंतर अग्रसर हैं, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज की विजयश्री उसी विजन का परिणाम है जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को दिया है। मैं एक बार फिर से इस पूरी जीत के लिए
All right, let me quickly cut across to the by-poll win for the BJP there. Certainly a big win. Saffron Party manages to secure victory on 3 out of the 4 seats in the by-poll elections. We're looking at Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha, who won from town Bodwali seat, while Congress managed to win the Agartala seat. In UP, BJP won Rampur seat with more than 42,048 votes, a comfortable majority, while BJP's Nirahua has gained massive leads in SP Sturf Azamgarh. Big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party though in Punjab. The Akali Dal, Amritsar's Simranjeet Singh Mann has won the Sangrur seat. AAP's Durgesh Pathak won Rajendra Nagar by a margin of around 1,15,000 votes. That was an approximate margin that he's won over. Counting is currently underway in Mandar in Jharkhand's Ranchi district and Atmakuru in Andhra Pradesh.
उनको इस बात का डर है कि आज वो भयाक्रांत हैं कि कभी मेरी सत्ता नहीं हिल जाए और उस सत्ता को हिलाने का, चाहे वो सचिन पायलट के ऊपर हो या कोई और भी दिखेगा तो उसके ऊपर उनको डर लगता है कि मेरी सत्ता को हिला सकते हैं। उसी कारण से अनर्गल, बेसलेस और भद्दे आरोप अपने ही लोगों के ऊपर लगा रहे हैं। अपने ही विधायक के ऊपर उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से विधायक ही नहीं बल्कि पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं उनके ऊपर आरोप लगाकर इस बात को सिद्ध कर दिया कि आज कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने अंतर कलह से इतनी जूझ रही है कि उसके कचरे की टोकरी को दूसरे के ऊपर डालने के पूरे प्रयास में लगी हुई है। जरूरत है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी अपने घर को संभालें।
All right, we're going to cut across to a short break. We'll be right back with Maharashtra's political meltdown that enters day 6. Protests, counter-protests rock several regions of Maharashtra. More details up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
All right, here we are looking at the rebel camp only growing in numbers. A big embarrassment of sorts here for the Shiv Sena under Thackeray. Sena eyes disqualification of at least 16 rebels, but that too hasn't really deterred the rebel camp at this point. They seem defiant. Right now, visuals there you see on your screens are of just an hour ago where Eknath Shinde and the rebel camp came together. They were very much comfortable in posing for the shutterbugs to show that they're united and they stand firm on their decision. While that said, Uddhav Thackeray also digging his heels, his legal expert coming forward and saying that there's no way 16 of those rebels who have been issued a disqualification notice can escape from being disqualified until unless the whole rebel camp decides to merge with another party. Here, the other party, possibly the likelihood being the BJP. If a merger happens, only then will there be any respite from disqualification, is what the Sena lawyer has just said. But despite all these adversities at this point, it seems like more MLAs are pulling out their support from Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray camp. Here, yet another MLA, a minister, 39th one, joins the Shinde camp. Uddhav's legal stand here is quite certain that all those who have carried out anti-party activities are very much eligible for disqualification. He's also, the legal expert also came forward and quoted para 21A, saying that MLAs who have left the party are certainly eligible for disqualification. All the more, any anti-party activities will call for disqualification. And here, according to them, leaving the state of Maharashtra, camping in a state like Surat, Gujarat, and then Assam, Guwahati, that itself loudly states and speaks of anti-party activities. That's exactly what the Uddhav camp says, that since there were anti-party activities that were carried out, and considering that these MLAs have decided to quit from the Shiv Sena, the party itself, under para 21A, they are eligible for disqualification. Let me cut across to Dev Dutt, the legal expert who spoke on this. Let's hear it.
As per the situation, and we are going to urge that all these 16 MLAs will be disqualified, have to be disqualified in accordance with the provisions of 10th schedule, and they will have to face the electorate. कि बहुत सारी मीडिया में ये चर्चा आ रही है कि हम लोगों के पास 2/3 है एंड देयरफॉर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लगता है. ये यू कैन आस्क एनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉयर दैट दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग. the concept of two-third applies only if there is a merger. ये सिर्फ बोलने से कि हम लोग के पास 2/3 मेजॉरिटी है, इससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पे, जब तक आप अपनी जो MLAs है कोई और पार्टी में मर्ज नहीं कर सकते, that till that time disqualification applies. Now in this case, till today as we speak, there is no merger. They have already committed the act of voluntarily giving up. Disqualification petitions have already been filed and आज तक कोई मर्जर नहीं है. ये जो मर्जर का कॉन्सेप्ट आया 2003 में, इसके पहले जो था स्प्लिट का प्रोविजन था कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कि आप 1/3 लेके फैक्शन बना सकते हैं. तो इनको जो भी लीगल एडवाइस दे रहे हैं उनको सोचना पड़ेगा कि ये क्या डिलीटेड अमेंडमेंट पे ये पूरा कार्रवाई हो रहा है, या जो अभी जो मौजूदा सिचुएशन है कि जब तक मर्जर ना हो ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन से बच नहीं सकते.
While you have both the camps fighting it out and who remain defiant, on the ground we're seeing the Shiv Sena cadre running amok, indulging in violence, large scale. And so far, despite Section 144 in place, doesn't seem like those prohibitory orders have been adequately imposed by the Uddhav Thackeray government and their police. The Uddhav Sena versus the Shinde Sena. The fight has now spilled out on the streets as supporters have taken out rallies in protest across various parts of Maharashtra. And following the threats of violence and vandalism against rebel MLAs on Saturday, the supporters of both Uddhav and Shinde have taken out these massive rallies today just to try and show their might and strength. Of course, the Thackeray supporters, though, outnumbering the Shinde supporters on ground. Barring Thane, it appears that Shiv Sena under Thackeray has managed to gather support from the grassroots level cadre. They have come out in large numbers holding bike rallies and condemning, protesting. In fact, some areas also reported violence and vandalism, particularly to the homes and offices of some of those rebel MLAs. Absolutely condemnable, but so far we haven't really seen a strict word of warning from the Uddhav Thackeray-led government at this point, asking the Shiv Senics who are troublemongering there to stop their act of violence. They're letting this, allowing this to fester, allowing this to burn at this point, because clearly we see that Uddhav Thackeray and camp right now have been put to the margins. They have lost out on the support. Their numbers are so bleak at this point. It raises a lot of questions on whether at all Uddhav Thackeray can be executing powers as the Chief Minister of the state as yet or not. For now he does, but looking at the fact that he does not have the numbers anymore, basically the Mahavikas Aghadi itself barely have the numbers to prove their majority at this point. Clearly looks like governance itself is in the back burner. It seems like all kinds of, the state itself is now seeing a state of anarchy. Absolutely no law and order. Clearly no strict mandate coming in from the Uddhav Thackeray-led government or police at this point to stop this kind of violence and protests.
लगातार जो यहाँ से मुंबई से सूरत गए, सूरत से गुवाहाटी गए, उनको चार्टर प्लेन मुहैया करवाया गया. वहाँ असम जो इस समय बाढ़ग्रस्त है, वहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री को बाढ़ पीड़ितों की मदद करनी चाहिए. वह वहाँ पर जो है गद्दार विधायक, जो बागी विधायकों की मेहमान नवाजी की जा रही है. इस तमाम प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, खेल के अंदर जो करोड़ों रुपए का इस्तेमाल हो रहा, उसकी जांच की जानी चाहिए. और इसके साथ ही मैं नसीहत देता हूं कि तमाम जो बागी विधायक हैं वो गद्दारी शिवसेना के अंदर ना करें, वापस लौटें.
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with more information on that. Do stay with us. India Today's accurate, relentless and in-depth coverage on the Maharashtra's political meltdown. Stay tuned.
watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.